Ladies and gentlemen, the war is supposedly over. Today we should have a pretty interesting live stream. I'm going to wait for some people to jump in. If you're here, comment down below. Hello everyone. I hope everyone is doing very well. Legends, big huggies. My man. My man. How are you? I'm doing well. I had a very restful weekend, and today should be a banger of a live stream. We have a very, very interesting week ahead. Grigor, hello, my man. D Scribble, hello, how are you? Gilles. Printing, big huggies. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, Matt, what do you think about the current upside relief rally? We will discuss that today. There is no doubt about that. We have all the time in the world today, and we will most certainly discuss it. Banger. Hello, Dang. You can skip the ladies and gentlemen. There are no ladies here. To be honest, you'd be surprised. There are a couple ladies. Maybe not yet, but I've been seeing that some more ladies have been tuning into the live streams. So I would beg to differ. Hello from Turkey. Hello, hello. How are we doing? How are we doing? Just gonna wait for the people to jump in. There is, exactly. There are a few ladies. Hi, I am here, exactly. We do have some ladies in the house. From Germany. Yes, we are. Exactly, exactly. How would you know though? I can see in the comments and in my analytics, it can show the percentage of men versus women. Of course, there are more men in crypto. That just tends to be the case. However, we have some women in the community. So we start with ladies and gentlemen. Hello, legend. Back live and in charge. What up? What up, everyone? Lady Gracia here. Exactly. Exactly. So what's going on with Bitcoin? Hello from Berlin. Absolutely lovely. What's going on with Bitcoin? In my latest YouTube video, I talked about the fact that Bitcoin needs to get acceptance above its value area high. And so far, with the news that just came out that the Iran peace deal has been announced by Pakistan on X, confirmed by US leaders and Iranian media, and backed by Qatar. It's confirmed, supposedly. Now, we should have a pretty interesting week because I think that the official deal, if I'm not mistaken, is materialized on Friday in Switzerland. They will be signing a peace deal on June 19th, which is in 4 days from now. So, let's see. Let's see what comes out of this. Let's see what comes out of this. We have our levels. And to be perfectly honest, I'm very chill. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Legends, I have to share something with you right now, and we'll talk about it later in the live stream as well as more people jump in. But I want to say congratulations to us as a team, because the Bluffin War of Whales trading competition is over and we came first. Not second, not third, not fourth, not fifth, first. So we should be splitting around $56,000 with the members of the team. I'm not getting any of this. It's all for you guys. So congratulations. It just shows how we've been absolutely killing it lately, because this is of course based on trading volume, but our team P&L was also within the top 10 of the competition out of thousands of teams. So congratulations, everyone. What else is there to say? There was one team here that was number one, and they had like double the volume, but apparently they were wash trading, so they got disqualified, which is lovely. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Dennis Tennis, hello from the Netherlands. My man, I called you out on the last live stream, right? But you weren't there, I don't think. So, let's see. Let's see what can come out of today's live stream. There's a lot of levels that I'm eyeing. We won. We won, exactly. No, Trolls Peterson, it's not split per person. The people that have traded more obviously earn more. It's not just a split reward, because obviously if you trade more, you deserve more of the rewards. Congrats, don't say congrats to me, guys. Congrats to everyone that was trading, right? It's significant. The reason I say it's significant is because we have less than 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. And there's some competitors here that have hundreds of thousands of subscribers, which to me tells me two things. One, we are extremely active as a community, which is everything that you could hope for as a trader and a content creator. And two, it seems like a lot of the competitors that have hundreds of thousands of subscribers might not have real people following them. So anyways, this instills confidence. It's awesome to see. What is wash trading? Apparently, so basically what I've been told is that it's like fake trading. It's fake trading to generate volume. I'm not exactly sure how they do it on the platform, but the point is they're disqualified. And it makes sense, because if you look at the competition itself, we're all like the top three, we're all relatively close. When I tell you that the number one spot had basically 1 billion, which is double, something was off. And they only had like 150 members. Look at all these other teams, 300, we're at 900, and then we have 500 members for second place. So something fishy was going on, and I'm glad that Bluffin caught on, because now we get to get some more rewards. So, what is next here? What is next here? What is next? Hey, great to join from Sweden. Awesome. No, unfortunately, I could not make it, Dennis Tennis, but here I am. All right, legends. All right, legends. So, I actually this morning entered a new position, and currently my positions in the market are as such. We have my Bitcoin short, my big Bitcoin short, which is currently up just under $600,000. I'm okay with holding this position in the market, as I've discussed in my previous video. Now, you guys would not believe some of the comments that I got on my last video. Some people are saying, enjoy getting liquidated, mate. And that really fires me up, because we need these kind of people in the market, because at the end of the day, those are the kinds of people that you're trading against. So when I see that, I get happy when I get those kinds of comments, and I just laugh it off. I share it because it's fun to share, but it's just, some people don't understand that we entered these trades at much higher valuations. And so I'm very comfortable sitting in those positions with my stop losses at break even. I'm holding my big Bitcoin short. I'm holding another Bitcoin short, which is up around 20K, and I've secured around $30,000 in profits. I'm also still in my SpaceX long, and the reason I'm in this long was explained on the Friday live stream. I'm currently down on this position. I didn't get stopped out, and the thesis behind the SpaceX long is that I'm anticipating a surge and then a dump perhaps after this week. I don't actually know the timeline, but this is my base case for this at least. And it's a very, very small position compared to my other positions in the market. But hey, we're still here. I'm still holding this trade. And if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. That's what happens, right? I also this morning entered a Tau trade within my community. So yes, the trades that you're seeing here, all shared within my community. And we got a nice reaction originally this morning, which is nice to see. I may go and protect this position at some point. Sorry, I'm hearing myself speak now. Where is it coming from? But pretty nice move to the downside this morning already, currently up around 20K. And so we'll have to see how this one plays out. But this was all shared within my community for free this morning, guys. If you want to join, remember to DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to be able to join my group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. Legends, I don't enter a gazillion different trades, but if you want to see when I enter my trades and how I've been operating in this market, as well as some opportunities that I identify, make sure to join. It's free. DM me this keyword on Telegram. One of those opportunities that I identified but didn't personally jump into was Beat. We've been talking about this for a while, and you would not believe the amount of people that have DM'd me saying, thank you for the call. We're literally already down over 50% from the highs. And we have tons of members in the community making a lot of money on the way down with their position protected. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you're able to make your own decisions in this market, and you're not just looking for a stupid, blind copy trade group, because again, that is not what this is. You want to see how I'm operating in the market, opportunities that I identify, and you can also make your own decisions in this market. I'm telling you, this free group is for you. But if you're joining a group with $200 and you just want to copy trade and hope that you get rich, my group is not for you. I'm saying it out loud. So many members have been making money on this one, and I didn't even get into the trade. But because we pointed it out, I'm very, very happy to see that people can make their own decisions in this market and make money. If you're shorting this currently, what you want to see is continued acceptance below this previous all-time high. And that's keeping it very, very simple. If we continue to get closes below this all-time high, it would suggest more weakness, and I have no doubt in my mind that this coin will continue to absolutely nuke. So that's that. Are you short? Yep, I am currently short. I'm currently short. This morning, we entered a Tau position as well, which is currently up around just over $20,000. And I might actually protect this position. I'm going to share it in the group right now. Or I'll wait a little bit. But point is, we'll talk about it in the live stream as well. For SpaceX, am I still expecting that move to the upside? If we can get a move to above 200, I would be very happy. Usually with these kinds of IPOs, what happens is you do see some price stability and then a little pop, and then we drop afterwards. So that was the logic behind my trade on Friday. Granted, I didn't get a great entry, guys. I didn't get a great entry. It's a very, very small position, as we've discussed before. So I'm more than happy to just hold on to this. And guys, if I lose this trade, I mean, I lose 5K. It's totally fine compared to my other positions in this market. I am by no means stressed about it. Everyone has their own portfolio size, but in general, it should equate to around 0.25 to 0.5% of the port. Like check. Like check. How are we looking? I should drag this here. Legends, if we haven't already, let's destroy that like button. Let's destroy that like button. And I will be going through some of the comments right now. Okay, I see, thank you. ETH spikes up. How's it going, Streamlabs? Caught the Tau trade with you this morning, thank you. Legends, we took this trade this morning as well. I'm gonna, you know what? I think we could get some interesting price action here. Let's go through some comments. Great show, always A game. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So next week, or as of Friday, maybe I should wait for more people to join so I can go over this, but I'll probably have to speak about it again. No worries. As of Friday, I will be traveling. And so next week, there will likely be, there might not even be a live stream. It might just be video updates next week. However, we do have a pretty important Wednesday this week, and that is FOMC. Now, this is going to fall at 11 p.m. my time, but we will try to live stream this on the channel. This is going to be a crucial FOMC, not in the sense of we're going to get rate hikes or cuts. The odds are that things are going to stay exactly the same, but we have the new Fed chair, and so this is something that we're going to want to pay attention to on Wednesday. So tomorrow will be a video update. Wednesday will be another live stream. Thursday, likely a live stream, but we'll see. And then Friday, a video update. Let's see. Let's see. I'm in a Bitcoin long. Where would you take profits? Legends, I must say that if you're going to ask me a question like this, which I have no issues, going over the charts with you, you have to give me a little bit more context. So those of you that put more effort in your questions, they will be addressed more thoroughly on the live stream. If you tell me that you're in a Bitcoin long, and I have no concept of where you entered, I can't really give you a proper answer, right? I'll look at the Zcash chart, fast forward 83, a little bit later. What's my view, Cecile, for Bitcoin until Friday? I actually think that we can see a little bit more momentum to the upside. I do. But I would be interested in taking a potential short, depending on the reaction that we get right here at the point of control of this range, which is around 66, 67K. So if we can manage to get up there, that is very interesting for me. I'm not in a Bitcoin long currently. But you know the drill. We got a peace deal. And so we'll see if this has any significant impact on the market. Yes, the Bank of Japan interest rate is also this week. Early stream today, kind of. We're probably going to go for a while today, and I don't want to go to bed super late. So we're going to stretch this out a little bit. I wanted to start early before the stock market opens. And yeah. I took a long at 60,600 and now thinking of taking some profits. What would you do? Move the stop loss to break even 5 days ago. Should I move stop loss higher and see what the market does? 24 drinks. That's a very good question. What I do in these situations is I typically take a little bit of profit. So I have like intermediate profit zones. I take those profits and then I do exactly what you just did, which is moving stop loss to break even. So now you're risk free. I'm guessing your question is about potentially maximizing gains. And the question is, where is a good profit zone? The first immediate profit zone, in my opinion, is here, which we've surpassed. So my non-financial advice, if you haven't taken profits, this is a good area already to shave some. Then I would be targeting the point of control of this range, which is at 66.9 up to around 67. And then the next most obvious target is the 2021 all-time high zone into this anchored VWAP. Remember, this is the trend, right? This is the trend that we've been in. We've discussed the possibility of a summer relief rally, and I would imagine that we can, if we do get that sustained movement to the upside, this is a very, very, very big zone after the point of control. So I may look to enter a new Bitcoin short if we hit this zone over here, because my base case is still the same for Bitcoin in the sense of even if we do see some continued relief, we likely roll down and create a lower low. But for now, I mean, if you're already in a long, keep on playing the long, protect your position. I take on way less risks in this market, in a bear market, in a structural bear market, with longs than I do with shorts. I'm more than happy to enter bigger shorts than I do with the longs. We're breaking the zone. We're breaking the zone that you highlighted. Yes, so we're currently above the value area low. So next target for me, if we continue to hold above here, is the point of control, 66.9, 67,000. I want to try to trade the fair value gap on the daily time frame at 67.5. Look, this is what I'm saying, Grigor. It's going to be an interesting rejection point. I think that Bitcoin will struggle here, even if we are to move higher. So regardless of if we come here, drop, and then move higher, or if we just come here and then drop massively, I think that this zone that we're currently in is going to be a crucial zone for Bitcoin. Strength would be a nice move above the point of control. So this $1,000 level, 66.5 up to 67.5, which you've highlighted, Grigor, is going to be a pretty critical zone. On top of that, if we take a look at the liquidity, you can see here that we now have a lot of longs that have jumped into the market. Remember when we talked about us going down to the 59K lows and there was significantly more shorts in the market? It doesn't mean that you have to grab that short liquidity, but it was an interesting thing to point out because usually what happens is you get a little bit of a bounce to target that upside liquidity. And if we zoom out now on the 30-day, look at that. We officially have more cumulative long liquidation leverage in the market compared to cumulative short liquidation leverage in the market. The bear market low, in my opinion, is not in, regardless of where this rally may take us. So keep that in mind. 90-day, there should be more shorts, a little bit more shorts, but if we squeeze up here, we have a lot of liquidity right around 66.5, right above current levels. So keep your eyes on that because I still think that Bitcoin inevitably heads lower. It's just a matter of how much further can this relief rally take us. Where did you measure the VWAP from? Absolutely. So I took the VWAP from the pivot low, the most recent pivot low. Now we can take another VWAP, which I think could be interesting. Let's take it from the low here. This could be a good long if we come back and revisit these levels. Then we have another VWAP from the all-time high, but what I would say is my expectation is Bitcoin won't be surpassing these highs all the way up here. That would surprise me, to be honest, if that happens all the way up here, because usually any new relief rallies that we get results in a lower high compared to the previous relief rallies. Legends, let's destroy that like button if we haven't already. And remember, there's a 25% fee reduction on Bluffin. If you're interested, you have this link in the description down below, the second link, and you get free access to my community. I would recommend making Bluffin your go-to trading exchange. It's mine, and I've been happy with it for quite a while now. Yeah, the bulls on X, Legends, there's already a lot of people that are very, very bullish. And look, we swept the lows, right? This is a scenario that we pointed out. Take a look at June of 2018, and it's pretty clear. You get a dump into June, you can sweep the prior lows that were established at the beginning of the year, and then you get another relief rally. But the expectation is that the relief rally does not jump up to the levels where we topped out initially, which in our case today is 82,000. Instead of guessing, why don't I look? I think it was 82.8K. Yeah, 82.8K. Around there. 0.6. So we've seen this scenario before. As far as I'm concerned, nothing has changed. Literally nothing has changed. We may get a summer like this, and then eventually just break down. $24 JNX. Can I share more about the community? Sure. So in the community, again, I'm going to start by saying there's no pressure for anyone to join if you don't want to join. But what I will say is it's completely free because you're trading with your own money. So in the community, what I do, this community, where if you DM me the keyword BTC, Bitcoin's ticker you get access to for free. I basically just share all of my own personal trade setups. So when I decide to take a trade in this market, I immediately share it in the group. Now, those of you that have been following me for a while know that I'm a swing trader, so I don't take on that many trades in this market. I like to enter big positions. I like to sit in the positions. I like to milk the profits on the way down, and in the bull market, milk the profits on the way up. But it's my own personal trades, but I also highlight potential opportunities for rug pulls and things like that. And some of you might be saying, rug pulls? What on earth? Well, there's a lot of members in my community that have made a tremendous amount of money shorting this token. Beat. So although sometimes I don't enter these trades, like for example, this one, I got stopped out up here, or sorry, it was maybe even down here, if I recall correctly. Pointing out these opportunities has led to members in the group making so much money shorting absolute shit coins like this one that made it over a $2 billion market cap, and we're now already down almost over 60%. So I point out these kinds of opportunities because, as you know, historically I've made a lot of money shorting shit coins in the crypto market, and this was one of them that we've been discussing in the group for quite some time. So these kinds of opportunities that I'm eyeing, they're shared in the group. My criteria for what makes sense for a good short, when I buy my spot, because I still haven't bought any Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrencies for that matter from a spot portfolio perspective, all of that is shared in the group. If you want to just tune into the live streams, you can, but my live entries on my trades and things like that, for the most part, shared with my group first and foremost. That group is my priority. Oftentimes you won't hear from me on the weekends, but if there's anything noteworthy to address, it's shared in the group. Voice message updates, market updates, these kinds of things. But I keep the group free because it allows me to operate in a relatively stress-free manner. Because you're not paying for a group, I like the way that it's structured in the sense of I can just share what I'm doing and there is no expectation of me posting a gazillion different trade setups a day. That is not how I operate in this market. As you know, I'm a swing trader. Someone asked me about a scalp short on Bitcoin. We are approaching a pretty interesting level here. So right now, we're at 66K. We're getting closer and closer to the point of control. This looks like a decent 4-hour if we close like this. Someone said 69K as a potential pivot, and I agree that if we can reclaim the point of control here, then that could suggest another $3,000 move to the upside. But right now, let's see what happens within this zone. I wouldn't necessarily enter here. I'm already in my existing Bitcoin shorts, and I'm more than happy to sit in those positions as well. Bitcoin is ripping. We are ripping. Dun, 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 dun. Hello, do you think that oil will drop or it will rise as a bounce and then drop even more now that the war has ended? I think that oil will still remain structurally elevated, and I think that the repercussions of this war aren't fully priced in. So even if there is a peace deal, of course there could be a short-term drop in oil, but I think that it will still remain relatively high. I don't think it's going to be an immediate like nuke. Hello, food. Hello. Do you think the next drop will be as quick and fast as in February? Oof, that's a really good question. There's a lot of ways that this can play out. A lot. If you look at what happened in June of 2018, we popped right back up. We didn't claim the high. And then we came back down and chopped and chopped and chopped. This is boring price action. 140 days of sideways, and then we nuke. So I do think that if we are to drop, it could be as significant as February. However, it might take a while to get there if we lock in this relief rally. So it could be this kind of price action. I know it's probably not what you want to hear, but we still could easily have a few more months of the bear market, even with another relief rally. So it's just something to consider, right? But again, I don't just want to make it seem like the 2018 scenario is all that matters, but we also have what happened in 2022, which you can see that we literally just nuked. But right now we're making the case for maybe a little bit of temporary relief with the good news of the war escalations, or no longer having war, a deal to be reached, and perhaps, like we normally do with good news, we top when we hit the euphoria of that news. If you don't know what I'm talking about, to remind you, here on the Bitcoin chart was when we had the whole Clarity Act voting, and everyone was very, very excited about that. So then we dropped. Then we dropped aggressively. So if the peace deal is going to be signed on Friday, then perhaps what happens is we get a continued push to the upside, and then around Friday, when the deal is actually signed in Switzerland, supposedly, that marks the local top, and then we drop. But I do like the fact that people are starting to get convinced that the low is in. Again, this is good. This is good. I like seeing that. Doesn't mean that we have to drop immediately, but what it does suggest is that we're building up that liquidity to the downside again and again and again in a structural bear market, which, when the time comes, we will just blow past these levels, in my opinion, of course. If you have Bluffin already, I would recommend just making a new account if you can. It's really not that difficult, and you get perks for signing up with me on top of getting access to the group. Matt Merritt says he works in the industry. Ships are weeks away, and countries have to refill reserves. Valid. Valid. I have to say, pumping into New York Open is usually not the most bullish sign. So I might look to take a short trade on the live stream here if we are to reach the point of control. Let's see. Let's see, guys. I have around 3 liters of water today. I am ready for a nice and long live stream. Carlos Herman says, brother, we can easily go to 70K today. I wouldn't say easily. I wouldn't. But maybe. This is the zone I'm eyeing. If we make it to 67, I may look for a cheeky little short. Yes, there is a lot of liquidity to the upside, but now with this price action, we're seeing tons of longs starting to jump into the market. So it's pretty even at this point. But Legends, you have to remember that I am still in my existing shorts, right? I'm more than comfortable. I'm more than comfortable in my shorts. The profits are going down. Someone Someone left a funny comment. It makes me laugh. But I have to point it out. You got liquidated. Not yet, Hassan. What a comment, man. I like these comments because at the end of the day, these are the kind of people that you're trading against. And if it weren't for these kinds of people, trading in a structural bear market might not be so easy. Yeah. Is ETH pumping? You guys have told me that ETH is getting a nice move to the upside. Is that true? I mean, Legends, I mean, it's not... This is why I struggle sometimes with the comments as a swing trader, because, like, I zoom out, right? And as much as this can maybe get another squeeze higher, structurally, this still looks like shit, right? So maybe we got a lot of scalpers in the chat. Oops. It's interesting how it always does that. But anyways. Oof. Poppy. We are approaching a very important zone for Bitcoin, guys. Um, do I think that the stock market can just climb back to new highs after the news? Uh, let's take a look at the stock market. I mean, look, this is a top in the making. And what I mean by this is very rarely, very rarely does the stock market just nuke like that. What usually happens is you see this kind of structure. So you pump, you have a nice move to the upside, and then it slowly rounds out. And so to answer your question, we swept a significant low here last week. And so to me, it wouldn't be abnormal for us to get another sweep. Like, I think we form something like this rather than just nuking or rather than just exploding higher again. Who knows? Maybe we do explode higher again, but this is the sign of slowly topping out. However, I must say that I am not in the business of calling tops on the stock market. I hold stocks, happy to see it go higher. I'm pretty indifferent. I don't really trade this that much. Someone's asking. Someone is asking. Okay, a lot of questions coming in. Please bear with me here, guys. Please bear with me. So, good morning, Pierre. Okay. Let's go through some comments. Which football games are you going to watch today? Unfortunately, when I'm in Dubai, the football games are just like they're so late, man. They're so late. I'll try to. If Matt is expecting Bitcoin to reach a certain level, it means that Bitcoin will pump a bit before reversing. Same applies to Zcash. I mean, yeah, if Bitcoin pumps, then the rest of the market can see a little bit of a move to the upside, right? That's without a doubt. Without a doubt. Will you add to your short position? Actually, I probably won't because my entries are basically $80,000 and above. But what I will say is I would look to enter a new one. So currently I have this short where we've made around $30,000 in profits, sitting on around 19K unrealized, entered at around 81.5. Then I have this short where I entered from much higher, took a lot of profits on the way down. You guys have heard me talk about this short very often. And my average entry on this one is just above 79,000. All of these trades were shared within my community, by the way, which is a free community. If you want to join, it's the first link in the description down below. I would probably just jump onto 2bit or something and enter a new short. I don't really feel compelled to add. Maybe I'll add to this one because it's a smaller position, but we'll see. We'll see. First, I would like to see Bitcoin hit 66.9 to around 67.5. Around that zone could be a very interesting zone. Otherwise, I'm content with holding my positions. Let's see if the SpaceX long gets stopped out. We took this on Friday. It's still just holding the position, right? This morning I took a Tau trade within my community, and we'll see how this one performs. But all of my trades, legends, are shared in my group if you want to join. That's literally the first link in the description down below. It's free because the way that it works is you sign up with any of these affiliate exchange links down below, and you just make them your go-to exchange. You start trading on there as you normally would. So you're trading with your own money and you get access to my insights. If that interests you, DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my group. You click this link, it'll bring you to this page. You click send message, and there you go. And on Bluffin, we have a great promotion right now where you get 25% fee reduction. Actually, you can see that down below, which is probably right below me as I'm speaking. So let's see what happens with Bitcoin here. I'm not that inclined to do anything. I entered a trade this morning in my community, and now I'm just going to wait and see, right? Zcash is flying. You guys are talking about Zcash a lot, so let's take a look at Zcash. Woof. You know what? You know what? Why did I have this highlighted? Oh, it was a weekly level, right? It is looking interesting, and if I take a look at the liquidity for Zcash, oof. Do we have the regular culprits on Twitter talking about Zcash? And those regular culprits are Ansem and Mert. If these guys are talking about Zcash, then I'm gonna look for a short. Ansem, let's see what this guy's... Is he bullish? This guy's a permabull. Coin's gonna rip this week. Okay, so he's bullish. Crazy how much pull this guy has. Top 3 next. Yeah, we have some... These guys are pretty bullish on Zcash. And don't get me wrong, it can still perform well, especially in a bull market, but I like to be a contrarian when it comes to these kinds of things. Mate, where do you have to find your UID? Guys, so the UID, when you enter my group, you can see it here. So you go to your settings and you have UID, and all the exchanges have UIDs. This doesn't give access or anything like that. What it does do though is it allows me to confirm whether or not you've signed up with my referral, and then I can add you into the group. It's quite simple. But once you paste that in, you should be good to go. Let's see. I really would like, as Jay Beers pointed out earlier, I would like to see the point of control tapped into. I would like to see the point of control tapped into. Which platform? This is Bluffin. Legends, all the exchanges that I'm trading on, Bluffin, Weeks, and even 2bit for that matter, is shared in the description down below if you want to join. So, right here, all of these links down below you can use, and there's tons of bonuses. With Bluffin, you get 25% off your fees. For the new users and the existing users, you can still take advantage of this $500 bonus. Thanks for pointing out Zcash. I'm looking at this. It's looking interesting. I must say it looks interesting. I am shorting the point of control for Bitcoin. I'm shorting the point of control for Bitcoin. Yeah, we haven't hit it yet, guys. The point of control is up here, right? 66.9. Hey Matt, I've been watching you since December. You are the most realistic in the crypto space for sure. I was wondering, would you ever make a video on the style you trade and what you look for in a setup? Yeah, I've been considering it heavily because I've been getting a lot of questions about that, and I think it could be very easy to just share the video. But for me to do that, I might have to take a day or two off of the live streams and the content and just produce that for you, and then I can have like a playlist on my YouTube channel. Uh, Zhao, what channel are you referring to? Um, Umar Boss asks, how much soya chunks can I eat every day? Any gym guys? I'm 20 years old. Umar, my man, we're a little bit early in the live stream to start talking about that kind of stuff. um, I'd maybe pop in a few hours and see. If we have boring price action, then sure, we can talk about your soya chunks. But for now, let's just pay attention to the charts. Darren Mitchell, hello, mate. Hello. Tom Bush, you are 20. No, I'm reading Umar's comment. The guy's asking about protein intake on a live stream where we're looking at the price action. Yeah, I'm interested in Zcash actually. Ordinary guy. What do you think? What levels? Maybe go over your Tau setup execution. The thing with that is I shared it in the group, right? And I know that I'm reading your comment. I recognize your profile picture, man. Like, I know that you're in the group, but I shared it in the group. And otherwise, I feel as if members in the group wouldn't be too happy if I go over the same thing that I shared in the group. Because one, people that aren't in the group get access to it, which kind of defeats the purpose. And two, it's basically a repeat. Hi, Metzir, how are you? Mariana, I'm doing very, very well. I'm doing very well. Bears are starting to have a protein intake. Oh, here we go, guys. Mohammed Khalaf is back in the chat, and he is ready to hate because Bitcoin got a pump. And he is probably one of those guys that's going to say, bro, you're going to get liquidated. But what he fails to understand is that my stop loss is at break even, and I've made a lot of money on the way down. But I'm happy to have you in the chat, Mohammed Khalaf. Let's see if you stay with us over the course of the day. Starmy says trade. Starmy, we already took a trade. His dedication is commendable. It is. Teaching patience one candlestick at a time. That is correct. So someone said 600 for Zcash. Let's take a look together. Tom Bush, you would know my position, my man, if you're in my group. Someone said 600. Let's go over this. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about this pivot over here, Bitcoin is going to $67,500, says Born to Play. Let's see. I would be interested in that. Grigor mentioned that as well. All right, legends. Now I think is an interesting time to do some form of a poll. So Salvador Perez, who is normally bullish, just made a very good point, and welcome to the live stream, my man. Fed meeting, it's something to watch. We should be cautious on both sides. I agree with that statement. A lot of the times when you get price movement into a Fed meeting, it reverses. And so it's important to consider that. If Bitcoin rallies up until Wednesday, maybe we get a little reversal. If Bitcoin starts dumping into Wednesday, maybe we get a reversal to the upside. So let's also consider that. So smaller positions in this market in general. Can you look at Ethereum? Please, I'm getting wrecked. Why are you getting wrecked, man? There's no reason to get wrecked. What is there to get wrecked about? This is guys, this price action is in line with what Bitcoin is doing. Bitcoin determines the rest of the market for the most part. Shaha is saying, Matsur, you will win on your Bitcoin short. In the end, the market will go down. My man, I need to make this very clear, guys. In my mind, the way that I operate and the way that I think, I have already won on my Bitcoin short. We've secured around $450,000 in profits. If that's not winning, then I don't know what is. This was shared in my group as well, but I consider this like the trade has played out. We've hit tons of profit levels, and you can see this in my group as well. I consider this a win. It's done. If this goes lower, it's just an even bigger win. But for the most part, my stop loss is at break even. I'm not stressed about the position whatsoever. It's done. It's a win, right? So if Bitcoin goes to 40K from here, I'm more than happy, guys. More than happy. Yeah, Jay Beers, it is, and this is something to point out as well, right? No, Dang Nguyen, check the 5-minute chart on Ethereum, guys. If you think I stress about the 5-minute chart, and maybe it's my fault because I've shared it on the live stream before just for entertainment purposes, you're watching the wrong guy. I couldn't give a stuff about the 5-minute chart. I really couldn't. And Jay Beers, that's one of the reasons why I keep talking about the shorts in the market, because I think people see that I'm still short and they're like, oh man, he's gonna get liquidated. like this comment that I got on my video yesterday. It's not going to happen. It won't happen. Maybe you want it to happen, but it won't. And so I keep talking about it from that perspective because nothing has changed. This morning in my community, we entered a trade before the live stream on Tau. It was doing way better, and now we're just chopping around. So now I just want to see how this price action develops, right? I'm open to all possibilities. Salvador Perez, again, my man, the market is not pricing in rate. If we get rate cuts, Salvador Perez, that could spark a potential short-term rally. But we've discussed this on a channel before. If we go to what is it? What's the trading? Is it economics? Is it trading economics? No, it's not this. What's the other site? This one, CME Group. By the way, if you haven't already, make sure to smash the like button, subscribe, because on Wednesday we will be doing an FOMC live stream with some live trading again. Salvador Perez. So if we take a look at the odds for the rate cuts, let's take a look. So we know already at this meeting, it's highly likely that rates stay exactly the same, 98.6% chance. It's not going to be a surprise. The reason why this is going to be an important one is simply because we have the new Fed chair, right? So there is that to consider. Now, if we go into July, 92.4% chance of no change. But look already, Salvador Perez. Look, the odds of a rate hike are already higher than of a rate cut. So please consider that. September, 27.3% chance of a rate hike, 1% chance of a rate cut. These things can change, of course, and the probabilities still favor no change. But to say that the odds are that we get a rate cut before hike is just factually incorrect, right? It's just factually incorrect. The further down we go, look, December of this year, there are better odds of us getting a rate hike than no change and a rate cut. So please consider that. I don't know where you're getting your information from, but this is how the market is currently pricing it in. If we get a surprise change, let's say a really good inflation print, inflation is no longer sticky, things are going well, maybe these odds reverse. But for now, what you are suggesting is factually incorrect. And I prefer to be on the side of this tool, what the probabilities are favoring. Michael Saylor bought some Bitcoin, says money dude. Sweet. It's about time, right? It's about time. Someone asked me about Beat. We talked about this at the beginning of the live stream. We have so many members in the group that DM'd me and are making tons of money on Beat. Look at this. I told you guys it was a shit coin. I told you guys it was a shit coin. Look at this. We've already dropped 60%. I'm not going to enter anything here, but it's just absolutely phenomenal to see the members in the group making tons of money on the way down. This was always going to be a shit coin. We talked about the fact that the volume was declining. Absolutely awesome. Awesome. Very, very happy to see this. This is why I've been saying, legends. I'll share it. This is just me basically sharing what people have sent me from my group, guys. But check it out. This guy reached out. Cade got the top, seen the liquidity end around 11.5, set the target. And he made around 200% on this trade. Now he's up way more. Stop losses at break even. Then we have another one, Christopher. This might be you, Christopher Hool, who messaged me on Telegram as well. I'm forwarding it in the group. Up 400% on the beat short, up 700% on the velvet short. These are shit coins, right? So if you want to play them, you can make a lot of money shorting these shit coins. I'm starting to understand how to fish. Thank you for your training. It's really helped me more than you can imagine. And this is the point of my group. I don't want my group to ever be, hey, I'm just going to blindly copy you. No. My group is to teach you how to fish. And I teach you through my own trades in the market, but also I provide some more updates and analysis based on these kinds of shit coins and other potential scenarios, right? We have another guy here, sniped at 11.06, now just comfy in my shorts, 1,200%. So absolutely lovely to see this. Awesome. Awesome. Very, very happy for our community members. Guys, the group is free if you want to join. Reminder, just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram and you'll be able to join my group where I share all of my own personal trades, but more importantly, the overall market analysis that can allow you to make these kinds of decisions in the market. This is one of the reasons why I remain in crypto even when the market is pretty shitty, because I feel as if I have an edge in crypto. So why would I need to pivot elsewhere? Anyways, let's take a look at the price action here. The stock market opens in around an hour and a half. Christopher Hool, my man. Dude, Zcash is off to another world. Is it still going, guys? Is Zcash still going? Is it? I mean, no, we just covered this. You must have just jumped into the stream now. Yeah, Tiago Costa, we won the trading competition, guys. If you didn't join, well, I kind of feel bad if you didn't, because we've been talking about it. Yes, I've been probably yapping about it too much on YouTube, but guys, considering that we have less than 20,000 subscribers, we dominated this competition. And our team P&L is also within the top 10 out of thousands of teams. So it's not just volume, it's also members that are making money in this market. Bull or bear, I will do my best to continue guiding you along the way. Make money in this market, irrespective of the market conditions. If you want to join me on Bluffin for any future competitions, you know where to find me. All the links are in the description down below. I'm going to keep going back to this comment because it just makes me laugh when I read that. You got liquidated, which is funny. Anyways, so game plan for me, I'm maintaining my SpaceX long. Nothing has changed. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. I'm maintaining my Bitcoin short. This one, I may consider adding to my position if we enter a zone like 67K. This one, it does interest me because $67,000 does coincide with the point of control. So I might add to my existing short there. 66.9, call it 67. Right around this zone, this area, 67 up to 67.5, I think we get a reaction from this zone. Whether it means we drop immediately or we just pop down and then we get another move towards the 2021 all-time high remains to be seen. But I'd be shocked if we don't get a reaction from this zone. It's a pretty important cluster. We have liquidity that has piled up there. just to remind you, right here, it's highly interesting for me. More longs have started to jump into the market. This is interesting, definitely. Are you going to add to the short? Sesh Monkey asks. I may consider adding to this one if we hit maybe even 67 to 67.5. I might slowly add to the position, but I'll let you know. My entry here on this one is $81,500. That was shared in my group as well. But yeah. Revenant, I agree that 69K could also be an interesting level, but it really depends on what kind of reaction we get. 69K coincides with the 2021 all-time high. So you're totally right in saying that. And actually, perhaps by the time that we make it up there, the anchored VWAP of this range maybe starts dropping down. So then we might have a little bit of a confluence zone here to short Bitcoin. So let's see. Let's see. I'm open to all possibilities. And just in case, I'm assuming that everyone that's watching the channel, or most people that are watching the channel, can understand market structure. But just in case you have any doubts, we are still structurally in a bear market, right? We're still structurally in a bear market. Right now, we're compressing between the 200-week moving average and the 200-day moving average. So we can spend some more time in here. We tapped into a pretty important zone, sweeping the low earlier this year, and so to me this is nice. We wait. Afternoon, Yaz Shah. I hope you had a great weekend as well. I had a fantastic weekend, honestly. I played football, and I had a lovely time playing football. Played on a Saturday night. It was great. We did 9 versus 9. Someone says Bitcoin 40K end of year. If you've been tuning into the channel, you know that I don't think it's out of the possibilities. The reason being, I think Bitcoin will probably bottom somewhere between 60 to 70% from the highs, which 60% puts us down to around 50K. 70% would put us down to below 40K. But I'm not going to wait that long to accumulate. I think that what's going to happen is we get a little bit of relief here, and then we ultimately come back down. This is higher time frame, right? This is what I'm looking for accumulation. And if you're in my group, I'll let you know as soon as I decide to pull the trigger on some Bitcoin buys. I haven't yet, to be clear. I still hold some from the previous bear market. We had a strong 4-hour candle close for Bitcoin, right? This suggests that we continue up here. What about the Bank of Japan rate hike tomorrow? Should we expect more selling pressure? It might be front ran a little bit. But if we crawl up here, I'm looking for a shorts, Legends. Also, the golden pocket up there around 68K. Yeah, we have a lot of zones to break through if Bitcoin is going to do it. Legends, if you haven't already, make sure to destroy that like button. I want to check. What are we sitting at? 153 likes. I think that we can pop this up. We've been live for an hour and a half. Let's see if we can get to 200 likes in the next 10 minutes. So 47 more likes. Is the 250 week moving average a good tool to use? Tom turned bull. It's not a bad tool to use. I mean, over the long term, you can see that Bitcoin does respect the 200 week moving average. It does. And so like, if you're looking for Bitcoin exposure, it's an okay zone to get it. Now, usually we do drop below it, but it does tend to provide temporary support at the very least. Sesh Monkey, the answer is yes. Everyone listen up. Sesh Monkey asks, you mentioned that you have not bought spot Bitcoin because you have bought at lower levels in the previous bear markets. Yes, I have, and we've talked about this on the channel a lot. What about someone that has not had the chance to buy at lower levels? Is it okay to DCA now? As I've discussed on the channel very, very often, sub 60K was the target to start DCAing into Bitcoin if you had no exposure. We made it to sub $60,000. So yes, the answer was yes. If I had no Bitcoin exposure, I would have bought Bitcoin sub 60K. I still think that we find our way back down. But if you're interested from an investment standpoint, my non-financial advice, if you have no exposure, is it's definitely an interesting zone because in my opinion, in the next few years, Bitcoin will be much higher than where it's currently at. That is just my opinion. It's not financial advice. Everyone has their own strategy in this market, but I just thought I'd share that with you. The Master. Hey Matt, I always wondered, would our Why would our, sorry, your question is, let me just, 1 second. Hey, Matt, always wondered why you would I'm going to just say it, why you would accumulate spots as opposed to just using all of your capital for active trading. Wouldn't that allow you to take larger positions and make more of a return? The answer is yes. But there's also the fundamental side of things. I believe in Bitcoin as an asset, right? I also, if you've been in my group for a while, really, and I mean really, value my stress levels and my freedom in this market. And what that means is when I have a very, very strong position, such as my big Bitcoin shorts, which we've been talking about on the channel for ages now, added to the position on the way down, took some, added to the position on the relief rallies, took some profits on the way down. I value that, and I value staying in that position and not taking many trades because it's already a big position, in the same way that I would value having a spot portfolio because I will get the upside without worrying about a leverage trade. So 2 reasons: the stress factor, and if you have a significant amount of capital, I mean, you know, $1 million into Bitcoin at the bear market lows may yield a 4 to 6x. This cycle we did an 8x from bear market lows to bull market top. And sometimes it's nice to have that exposure without stressing about jumping in and out of trades. I did say that this cycle I will have more money allocated towards trades. Historically, I usually have over 2 times my spot portfolio is 2 times the size of my trading portfolio, at least. Sometimes it goes as much as 3, 4, 5 times, but for the most part, I'm probably going to keep it way closer to like 1.5. I want to be trading more actively in this bull market compared to just holding spots, because I think that that's where most of the returns are made, jumping in and out of positions. But that won't change my view of holding Bitcoin from a spot portfolio perspective. Risk. Yeah, risk, exactly. Luis Bustillo, risk. Exactly. Exactly. Purchase media. Did Sailor just top blast again? I don't know, man. Ugh, I don't know. This guy's crazy. Did Sailor top blast again? Actually, $63K. Sailor is only down around 8 billion now. We'll keep monitoring this as well. But this is below par, so he will not have that excess liquidity to buy. Greetings again, train your brain. Greetings. Do you really understand the genius strategy of MicroStrategy? I think it's a Ponzi. It's not genius. I completely disagree with that. I don't think that he's a net positive for the space. I really don't. And in fact, if Saylor were to implode this year, which he probably won't, let's be real, he's survived bear markets before, but if he did, I think it would be much more beneficial for the space to have him out of it than in it. Yeah, the master of FL 2236. I do that especially on the longs, especially in a bear market. Your bluntness about Sailor might hurt a few hearts. Yeah, well, I've built this channel around being direct and blunt about what I think could happen and my thoughts. So now's not the time to shy away from them, right? I know everyone thinks he's like this crazy like hero, but he's, I don't know, man. Especially when you do have that kind of capital, like why not, from an investment standpoint, why not buy lower? Why not? Why top blast at every moment? Dun, 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 dun. How are we doing on the likes? Is it still 150? I need to refresh. 190. Legends. Let's get this to 200 ASAP. Yeah, Zcash is up 26% today. Pretty insane. You're right. You're right. It is pretty insane. Big rally for Zcash. I'm just gonna go grab a caffeinated beverage. Beat is cooked. It is cooked. It is cooked. I'm very happy that a lot of people made tons of money shorting Beat. It just makes me happy. It makes my heart smile. So cooked. Ton Serve says price will dump soon as our legend is off. World Cup bias. I think that we're going to be looking at France or Spain. Those are my two go-tos at this point. I took the SpaceX long on Friday, and it's still just sitting in the position, small position. What can you do? Tradeverse, but Beat structure does not look that bad. We might get another scam pump, and if we do, I'll look to play it. But I most certainly won't be jumping in a position here. If the consensus is that this thing will nuke, then yes, maybe what happens is we start chopping and then we pop right back up. And I would love to play that. But in the community, guys, so many people made money shorting Beat. It's just, it makes me very, very happy. Very, very happy. And I'm happy to have inspired people to look, because here's the thing, a lot of people would hardly look at these crypto assets, but when you can make your own decisions in this market and match them up with my analysis, I mean, it's those are the people that are the most successful in this market by far. Legends, if you want to join my group for free, remember, first link in the description down below. If it interests you, you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram after clicking this link, and you're good to join. It is a free group. You're trading with your own money, as I like to say. I'm so short I can't get on dates, says Gemma Gov. Well, that's unfortunate. Beat might have a fifth wave up on the daily. I'm not looking into waves on shitcoins, to be honest. So, yeah. Do you make any bets on the World Cup? No, I haven't. Actually, based on where I am, I'm in Dubai, right? So I don't know if there's any. I don't know if you can even have apps to do that. So no, I haven't made any bets. Maybe when I go back to Canada for the summer. At some point, maybe I will. What price are you adding to your shorts? So the first interesting level for me is this point of control at 66.9 up to 67 into 67.5. So right here is interesting for me. Then I like the 2021 all-time high, and then of course the anchored VWAP from the pivot low that was set at the beginning of the year. These are interesting zones for me. What you'll notice is that even on these kind of relief rallies, if we take the 2018 scenario for Bitcoin and we zoom out a little bit here, you'll notice that the rally doesn't usually create a higher high. So what this means is we got the move up, but see this high? We did not claim it. We just had another lower high and then we dropped further, right? Same thing here. We had this high, lower high, lower high. So if we take a look at today's price action, and let's say we assume that the rally can continue, I personally find it hard to believe that this rally will take us above, for example, these highs at 82.6. And keep in mind, we also shorted in the community right here, right? And I've been taking profits on the way down. So my best guess would be we would likely top out from around this zone. But let's see. The market can humble us all, and I am a student of the market. So if we get a pump, let's see. But just like we weren't able to claim this high over here, I think we're looking at something similar to like topping out from around this zone. Of course, this is higher time frame, but I would definitely keep your eyes on that. X Explorer, I was reading a comment. It was Gemma Gov. Gemma Gov said he's so short he can't get on dates, but I think he's making a joke about being short in the market. Everybody like Sailor is also trying to monopoly something that was originally built for a wider community. Unless, yeah, I agree. I'm not a fan of Sailor. Yeah, Grigor's exactly, man. In Canada, at least I'll be able to watch the games, and I'm gonna have a lot of fun with my friends watching the games. Here, it's like, look, I played. For example, I had early morning plans on Sunday, right? And on Saturday night, I played football, and the game ended at like 10 p.m. So I just wanted to get back home, go to sleep. But some of the guys from football said that they were going to a bar to watch Brazil-Morocco at 2 a.m. If I didn't have any plans, I would have gone, but it's just late. I'd much rather it being in the afternoon or even evening, like 7 p.m. is nice. Right now, the earliest games that I've been able to watch have been 11 p.m., which even then on a weekday, I'm kind of like, after a long live stream, I'm still staring at screens after. It's a lot. It's a lot. As much as I love football, it's a lot. Spain is not that bad for you. No, Spain will be nice. Spain will be nice. Umar Boss, man. Stop asking about your soya chunks. Like, some of you guys are pretty funny. I just could never imagine a scenario where I go on a guy's live stream and I ask a crypto trader about how many soya chunks I could eat. It's just interesting. So the stock market opens in just under an hour from now. We'll cover that, of course. Long time 102. Hello, Metzir. I hope you're good. Today, hopefully, we have a good pump. Today, hopefully, we do have a good pump. Nice to see you, Luis. Hopefully you can tune back in later. Do I squat? Of course I squat. You know what the most humbling machine at the gym is? The pendulum squat. That one, you get such a nice stretch, and it's very difficult to put a lot of weight. Lionel for King. All right, guys, let's stop talking about soy milk and things like that. Do you bench at least 2 plates, my man? Of course, of course. Who do you think I am? Of course. But my fitness goals are different. I don't want to be this massive bodybuilder. I want to be strong. I want to be functional. I want to be able to play football, tennis. I want to be able to sprint. I want to be mobile. So while I do like to lift heavy, I don't want to be built like a fridge. I want to be lean. I have very low immunity. My astrology told me. Okay, guys, come on. All right, so the scenarios here for Bitcoin. I am eyeing the point of control, which is right here highlighted on the chart. If we can tap into this level and the level that Grigor highlighted, 67,500, right around this zone, I am interested in potentially adding to my existing Bitcoin shorts. If you want to know if I decide to take that trade, when I take a trade, any new trades, this morning I entered a new trade in my group as well before I jumped on the live stream. You can join using the first link in the description down below. It is a free group because you trade with your own money. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join that group. I am just very interested in seeing how Bitcoin reacts to that zone. That's the first area of interest. That's the first area of interest for me. But we have to remember that in June of 2018, we had a couple weeks there where we swept the lows from earlier in the year. And the more and more that I look at this, the more similar it looks to what we're seeing today, is what I mean. So we have the low from the beginning of the year. We sweep that low in June. The next weekly candle is green and it's slightly higher. Or wait, did it sweep it again? Did it sweep it again? One sec. No, it was slightly lower this time around. Then we pop up for a couple weeks, get another little retest, and then bang, a nice move to the upside. So with today's price action, what that would look like is we get the second week of a green candle, but it isn't necessarily an explosive green candle. The following week, we drop, perhaps again into this 200-week moving average, and then we have another piece of another relief rally with the 200-day continuously moving down. So my expectation, right, is that we won't be surpassing this high. Just as we didn't surpass it when we had this rally from this rally, similar to all bear market structures where we create lower highs after lower highs after lower highs, and then I'm very open to bottoming out later in the year. Umar, you can't predict, you react. You cannot predict, you react. As traders, we are not fortune tellers. We don't have crystal balls. You cannot predict, you react. Andy Beauclair, what is up, my brother? About how long do you spend looking at the market per day when you're not live streaming? That is a very good question. More recently, I have to be honest, not that much. I mean, it's pointless. I'm in some really good positions. I can sit on my backside and just enjoy life, right? So I'm happy to look at the market with you guys on the live streams, but outside of that, not a tremendous amount, because I don't think it's necessary. What are we thinking, Andy Beauclair? Rejection from around here. I want to see a move to the point of control. That is what I am eyeing. Point of control. Exactly. Patience is key. And I am a very patient individual when it comes to trading. I want to see SpaceX just rocket. Oh, look at that. I can add to my SpaceX position because before it was only 200. That's nice. I won't add to it because I want to keep it a small position, but that is very nice. We came within inches of getting stopped out. Now let's see what happens here. Yeah, Mario Links. I won't go wild now. I'm gonna enter a massive long. No, guys. The SpaceX position was just a fun little position. Very small percentage of the trading portfolio, not willing to risk a lot on it. Look, these kinds of things are speculation, right? My thought process was a pump and then a dump to much lower levels than the IPO level, which I believe was what, 135 or something, and then a good accumulation zone for the long term, because I do think that over time it will be a very solid stock. And yeah, that's it. But on the Friday when I entered the position, we didn't really, like, we dropped a little bit, and then I didn't get stopped out, and I just held the position. So very, very wicky. My stop loss was like at 150, and we didn't hit it. So hooray, I guess. What about gold? Legends, we pointed this out. This is why I think the live stream is useful, because we pointed this out long before it happened. Long before it happened. I'm annoyed that I didn't take this, but I talked about it on the live stream. When gold was all the way up here, I said, look for a sweep of these lows. And look, you could see it's already highlighted on the chart. 4,100. What a great swing long with position now protected. This thing could keep on going perhaps. The other levels I have highlighted, 3,900, 3,500. But I'm really curious, because I'm seeing some familiar faces. If you've been tuning into the live stream, you should have known that we pointed this out. Can someone please confirm that you guys saw this? Or you guys heard me talk about this at least? Because I've talked about it maybe 4 or 5 times over the past few live streams within this range here, pointing this level out. Can someone confirm in the chat, please? I'm not losing my marbles. We definitely talked about this, because otherwise I wouldn't have had it highlighted on the chart. I think even Jay Beers might be able to confirm. Yes, bro, I'm already in the long. Thank you very much. Absolutely awesome. So the way that, yes, Jay Beers. Okay, so it was Jay Beers that we discussed. I saw it in your last video. Yes, I saw you talked about this. Awesome. Awesome. Yup, was wondering why you didn't take it. Yeah, you've spoken about this weeks ago. Majestic. I have to be honest with you. You guys know my how I operate in this market is relatively chill. But when I point things out, I would highly encourage you to make your own decisions in this market, because I can see that some people took the long, and I love that. I love that when people are making money off the things that I'm discussing. There's nothing that makes me happier, aside from making more money on my own when I'm trading the market, of course. But when I can see that people are taking advantage of what we're discussing, it means that we're providing value. Similar to Beat, which we talked about time and time again as a great coin that would just nuke. Look at it. It's down 60%, and a lot of members in our group have made money on this as well, even though I am not in this trade. So if you're able to make your own decisions in this market and match it with my analysis and see what makes sense, maybe you don't agree with a couple of things, I promise it will be a great experience. The most profitable members in my group, as I've discussed time and time again, are those that can match their analysis with my own and make their own informed decisions. So if you guys want to join and see what that's all about for free, remember you have the first link in the description down below. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram and you'll be able to join my group. Speaking of my group, we also entered a new Tau trade this morning, and it's doing relatively okay. So let's see how this performs. It really depends on Bitcoin. I'm anticipating a rejection from around the point of control, at least a temporary rejection, which is what, $500 away? So we might take this trade on the stream today as well. Let's see if we can get it. And where's my music? Where is my music? Epidemic sound. It's so quiet when I'm just speaking and there's no background music. Oh, absolutely awesome, guys. I'm loving what I'm seeing. And remember, you can, like, when I'm reading the comments, you guys taking these positions and making money, it's just, oh, it makes me so damn happy. And remember, you can actually trade gold on Bluffin as well. You can trade precious metals. You can trade SpaceX if you want. You can trade basically anything on Bluffin. So it's not just a crypto exchange. You can use everything. And actually, as a matter of fact, you can do the same on Weeks if that interests you. So let's see. We're entering an interesting zone. I am not a fan. This is one of the things I like about living in Dubai. I get to see how the market reacts before the stock market opens. And historically, I have not been a fan of getting pumps into the stock market open, particularly when the Coinbase premium is still red. When I say not a fan, I mean that we may experience a rejection at market open. Maybe we pump up a little bit and then drop into that point of control. I feel as if today I have less of an edge, if I'm being honest with you guys. If we get here, I'm interested. So let's see. Let's see what we get. Hello, I'm Yasser from Iran. I love you. Thank you very much, Yasser. I love you too. Hi, Matt. Do you think we get another chance to long Bitcoin? Mariana Cracks. I would look for a flush of the current longs. If you're talking about a short-term long, because let's be clear, guys, my base case is still the same in the sense of I think Bitcoin moves lower. But if you're talking about like a short-term long position on a potential summer relief rally, I would want to see a tap back into these lows here. And maybe I'm being greedy asking for that. So maybe we get a rejection from around here. We pop down somewhere around this zone. But I'll definitely let you guys know if I decide to take a long on Bitcoin. I was waiting for a sweep of the lows, and unfortunately, we didn't sweep. We just created a higher low. So I'm currently not in a major long position on Bitcoin. The only long I'm in right now is SpaceX. Jay Beers, how old is this channel? I started posting content, I think in October 2024-ish. But it's only recently picked up, I want to say over the past few months. Guys, Mohammed Khalaf is rich. He's saying that his wallet is popping so hard right now. He's very, very bullish. Next to Matsir, Ben is one of the best in the games, says Jay Beers. Yeah, Ben Cowan is a great analyst. We largely have the same views. The only thing that I would say is that he doesn't actively trade, right? I like jumping into leverage positions because I want to compound my gains in this market, whether Bitcoin is dumping or pumping. He is more of a spot portfolio kind of guy. How can you calculate the point of control area? Oh, that's a good question. Basically, it boils down to the volume profile, right? So what you want to see is, if we zoom out here in Bitcoin's current range, wow, these drawings, man. So if we look at Bitcoin's current range, you just take the volume profile and it does it for you. So you go here, fixed range volume profile, from the start of the range to where we are today. And there you go. You can see the point of control is right here at around 66.9, 67-ish. This is the zone that I'm highly, highly interested in. Right here. We're getting close to it, guys. Legends, if you want to trade with me, remember you have all the links in the description down below. I'm probably going to take, if we keep moving up here, I may take a trade today. A new one on the stream. I've already taken a trade today, by the way, and it was shared in my group. I've already taken a trade today. Panoskefa 626, you traded gold the way I said, and you took some nice profits. Love to hear it, guys. Yeah, gold swept a significant low, right? We swept the significant low that we highlighted on the channel. Lovely reaction. And now, the way that I would play this is stops at break even, and you've already taken some profits. And remember, nothing that I discuss on the channel is financial advice. Nothing in my group is financial advice. I'm just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. But let's see what we get here, legends. Let's see what we get here with gold. This could easily just push up, and if it does, you're happy, but you always have to take profits. And then if it continues, and you're good to go. I'm seeing a lot of new people joining the stream, so I just wanted to celebrate because we came first in the bluffin trading competition. Yes, you heard that right. First. So everyone that's signed up, depending on how you performed, you basically get rewards. $56,000. Stock market opens in 30 minutes. Mohammed Khalaf, gold is going 4,800 by next week. I'm actually structurally, I think this is the first time we agree, Mohammed Khalaf. Not that gold has to go to that zone by next week, but that structurally speaking, I think that gold will continue to do well. So any big dumps, like if gold comes down to here for whatever reason, I am a buyer, to be perfectly clear, because I think that structurally we're going to keep going up. It's like road to 10,000, right? Road to 10,000. But these things, you have to remember that gold, like these things take a lot of time to play out. So if you don't have the attention span to pay attention to gold and how long it can take for these things to play out, maybe you can trade something else, because we're so our brains are dopamine fried from crypto. Thank you, Hiru, but don't thank me. Thank you guys, because I'm not getting any prizes for this. It's just something that I could share with you. Those of you that have traded are able to get those prizes. Let me just see. Someone asked me, it might have been you, Hiru, why do I keep changing the Hiru3266? Why do I keep changing the keyword for my community? So if you want to join the community, you DM me the word BTC on Telegram. First of all, if you DM me the word CBM, it will still work. You'll still get an automated message to be able to join my group. However, the reason I changed it, which I explained, I think on Friday or Thursday's live stream, is because I'm a big analytics guy and I want to see who is joining from the live stream and who is joining from my regular videos. So instead of always doing CBM, I've decided to separate it, but it's the same group. So if you're watching the live stream and you want to join, just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram. You click this link and you'll get access to my group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. It is a free group. Is this Bitcoin pump a trap? If you're asking me if on the higher time frames Bitcoin will move lower, my answer is yes. But the question is, how much higher can we go before we roll over again? Exactly. Sick flag. Damn, guys, he's not only analyzing the markets, he does that to us too. Look, when you're running a community, you want to know what works and what doesn't. If I can make more of an impact and drive more free community members into my group through the live streams, I want to know if it's working. If the short videos are getting more interest from the community to join my group for free, then I would literally just do the short videos. But the fact that I can see that more people are joining my group from the live streams and that you guys are leaving very positive feedback, these kinds of data points makes me want to live stream more, because I feel like I'm helping you. Like on the gold trade, which I think we basically only discussed it on the live stream. So if like these things help you, it's very important that I track it, but also it's very important that you smash the like button and subscribe, because it lets me know that what I'm doing is providing value to you. How do you recognize an SFP is occurring? Sometimes it looks like the price is reacting to a swing high low, but then just rips through. So that's why you wait for reclaims, right? So let's take gold as an example. if I would have taken this gold trade, where's my gold chart now? If I would have taken this gold trade, right now I'm on the weekly time frame. It's not easy for an entry. Some people said that they entered right at the wick for a long. Awesome if you did that, but that's not how I would personally do it. So what you'll notice is that we dropped and we weren't able to reclaim that $4,100 level. Once we managed to get a reclaim of the level, that is the period where you enter a potential SFP. So not financial advice, of course, but you can see here, if I zoom in close enough, this is the 1 hour chart, we drop below the level, and rightfully so. You could be like, well, this thing is just gonna nuke. But then when you get the move up, you can see here that we did indeed get a 1 hour candle close above this level. So this is already good enough to suggest that it could potentially be an SFP trade. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to enter immediately here. You can, with your stop below the low, but you can also wait, because sometimes we tend to hover below the level a little bit. Look, we got another push above the level, and then we started creating this more bullish market structure on the lower time frames as well. So seeing this close back above the level is the first sign of confirmation. A second close, and then naturally you had the opportunity to enter. You don't want to enter up here because this is already a pretty major move to the upside. That's how I would play it personally. So you wait for a reclaim of the level. When it comes to the stock market and gold in particular, which are assets with trillions and trillions of dollars allocated to it, you don't have to worry so much about the potential entry zone. So what I mean by this is, when I enter SFPs on Bitcoin, I would be someone that would actually enter the long right here upon the reclaim with my stop below the low, because oftentimes Bitcoin gets more violent moves because there's less total market cap. Here you can see that you actually had a lot of time to enter this if you wanted to enter it. So I hope that makes sense. Jay Beers, no real interaction between the group? No, there isn't. So the way that I've structured the group is, it's literally, and this is why I keep it free and it's my own updates, because it's the most stress-free way of me operating in the group. First and foremost, there's a gazillion scammers on Telegram. And because it's a free group, it's very easy to get access to. And I don't want a bunch of scammers just joining the group and then engaging with other people. I've already had people reach out to me saying that they've been scammed by someone that was impersonating me. And the channel is currently small, so that worries me. Second of all, I like the pressure, the reduced pressure of keeping the group free, and I just provide my own updates and people can react as they please. And third of all, if you want to engage with me as an individual, well, I have a priority folder where I add people that are trading with a little bit more capital. So that's how I've kept it. I'm probably going to keep it like this for quite some time. The only thing that's been changing gradually is the people with more capital. Before, if you were trading with over $10,000, I would still add you in the priority folder. Now it's going to start to pivot where it's going to be $25,000 or $50,000, and I have 3 priority folders: 25K, 100K, 500K plus. Obviously, the more capital you're trading with, the more that I pay attention to your messages and I get back to you in a much more timely manner, that is. That's how I've structured it. When I started the group, guys, I was answering literally everyone on my own. I had no automations, nothing. But now as the group grows, it's just the most efficient way of doing things. You don't need to join if you don't want to. There's no pressure, but I will keep promoting it because I feel as if it's a good way for me to share my updates, particularly when I'm not on the live streams. Yeah, so you can join if you want to, and you're trading with your own money. Remember that. Stock market opens in less than 20 minutes. Let's see what we get. Some of you guys are funny arguing about. I'm entertained. I could just maybe instead of looking at the price action, we just pull up the chat and we see Vision Pulsed Fatboy arguing with Muhammad Khalaf. But you know, Muhammad Khalaf is a is a shit disturber. He likes 255 legends. If you're enjoying it so far, make sure to smash that like button. I think we're gonna have a pretty decently long live stream today. We could get some interesting price action. Let's see. I'm just going to update the group now because there's something I wanted to share. Okay, if Bitcoin taps into the point which was the where I took pop. Sorry guys, I'm just updating the group here. ETH is rocketing. All right, let's go through some comments. Hi, I am new here. I just want to ask you directly, long or short, if you're right, I will buy your course. Well, it's very clear that you're new here because I don't have a course. I don't care for you guys to buy my course because I don't have a course. Like, very interesting. It's funny that people just assume everyone has some kind of course to sell. I don't. I do not. This is exactly what I mean. You are guessing, there is no power in your words. I35SA, I'm calling you out right now. You have some balls to say that there's no power in my words when I've been publicly shorting Bitcoin the entirety of the bear market. So if that's not good enough for you, I wish you all the best. You can watch someone else. Let's see what we get going into the market open. Less than 10 minutes away. Bitcoin is getting a decent rally here. You Martin Roblox, I have to say that there are only a few respective traders live streaming. Thanks for sharing. My pleasure, man. My pleasure. And we will keep live streaming, guys. I'm loving the live stream. I'm loving engaging with you. It's fun. We're pumping into the stock market open. Purchase media. Everyone's salty because they max shorted Bitcoin at 61K on 50x leverage. That's something I'll never understand. We've always highlighted the fact that there's a potential scenario for June 2018 to play out, which, if you're new to the channel, is Bitcoin basically sweeping up the lows that we established earlier in the year, which we did, and get a little bit of a pump. Why do people enter shorts here? It's just, it does not make sense. We were shorting from higher and now we wait, right? So let's see. I also took a new trade this morning in my community on Tau. That one is up around 12K currently, but it's just been popping around back and forth. I would imagine that if we get a significant rejection, it will be interesting. But I entered that trade as well before we hopped on the live stream, guys. Don't go chasing just because you see I'm already in a trade, because the price action has, you're not getting a favorable position now, obviously. Let's see what we get. 5 minutes until the stock market opens. We're getting a nice move to the upside. We're still in our SpaceX long, which is currently down. Let's see. Thoughts about streaming on Twitch too? Isn't there a way where I could just stream on Twitch at the same time as I do it on YouTube? Is there a way to do that? There should be, right? Martin Roblox says he closed his Tau short partially and happy here. Awesome. Yeah, awesome. I mean, we had a nice move to the downside, and I still think that we're seeing some higher time frame resistance, but yeah, valid. And this is what I'm saying. Martin Roblox, I would imagine that you're in my premium group, which I'll remind you guys is free. I love it when people can make their own decisions in this market. Yeah, I can stream on both at the same time. Maybe I should look into that. Juventus entered at 150-ish. You entered where my stop loss is. Congratulations. That position should be protected. We're currently down around 1K on that one, but the Bitcoin short is looking good. I may look to add to my position. Let's see what we get. Let's see if we can get another few $1,000 rally today. Give me 67K. Let's see it. Let's see 67K. All right, 3 minutes. What Bitcoin bottom levels are you looking at? So for the bear market bottom, my targets have not changed at all. Wow, beat is just looking horrific. Let's see. Legends, I'm just going to use the washroom quickly before the stock market opens. So we'll go over the bottom levels after the stock market opens. For now, guys, just enjoy. BRB. All right, stock market open. Getting a little bit of a drop here. My SpaceX long is almost getting back to break even. Let's see. Let's see. Other trades are looking fine. My trades are looking okay. Mohammed Khalaf, you are totally correct, my man. I did rush into SpaceX, but my thought process was a pump over the next few days, then a dump afterwards, which will provide good long-term value to buy the stock. But I jumped into a pump on the day of the release in pre-market, and right now, yeah, my trades just, I didn't get stopped out. I didn't risk a lot of money, guys. This is not a lot compared to my other trades, so I'm okay with how this has been playing out. It's totally fine. Totally fine. I know some of you said you entered at like 150 when we dropped, which is nice to see. Nice pop here. I was so close to getting stopped out. Like my stop loss was here. Like there. But that's why you have stop losses. Let's see what we get with Bitcoin here. Gold looking nice. Gold created that SFP from what we highlighted in the last live stream. Right here. Looking very nice. Very, very nice SFP. Supposedly, Tom Lee bought some Ethereum recently. Michael Saylor bought some Bitcoin. And something that I don't think a lot of people are discussing on this Bitcoin rally here is look at the volume, guys. Look at the volume decreasing. I don't know. I don't know. We entered a trade before in my group on the live stream. Before we hopped on this live stream, we've entered a trade this morning, sitting in the positions, comfy in the positions. If you want access to my group for free, please remember, legends, just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. It is free because you sign up to any of these exchanges down below and you start trading on there as you normally do. You're trading with your own money. So go ahead and DM that keyword if you're interested in seeing how I operate in this market. And we have had a lot of members recently making tons of money shorting Beat. And I'm really curious to see how this one plays out because it is Nuke City here. We're getting acceptance below the previous all-time high. We've already dropped from the high to where we are today, 65%. What a short. Let's see. I may look to add to my Bitcoin short, legends, as discussed earlier. Are we entering a new challenge on Bluffin? I don't think. One of the perks of being in the group is the legend status. Yes. And actually, all jokes aside, you guys have suggested some very, very solid implementations. And one of them is I'd like to have everyone on the live stream that's in my group have a little tag that says, you know, CBM Premium or something like that. It is a free group, but I think it could be a nice thing to have. This way, when I look at the comments, I can see who's in my group, who's not, and I can prioritize accordingly. Because a lot of the trolls are likely not in my group. Vision Pulse Fatboy says it's a fake rally. Yes, we want a tag. It could be nice. SpaceX update. So my thesis on SpaceX is that we would see a pump and then a dump, and then it would provide long-term value to buy that stock. But right now, I'm still holding the same trade that I entered on Friday. Nothing has changed, right? I took a really, really small position on this. It's okay if I lose because my other trades are way bigger in this market. But let's see. Let's see what we get out of it. I will say normally when I'm bullish, I don't want to see Bitcoin pumping into the stock market open on a Monday. Usually you like seeing a dump because then when the stock market opens, we kind of create that bottom and then we get a pump afterwards. Those are just my thoughts. And I don't think there's going to be a new Bluffin trading competition for quite some time. Maybe there will be, but again, if you want to join, you have all the links in the description down below. We literally won the competition. So very, very happy with how that played out. Bitcoin went up fast. How is your trade today in the group? The trade I took today is currently up around $17,000. But it's been chopping around. This was up like 25K earlier, so it's. I would imagine that this can take a while to play out. So it's currently up, yeah, 17K. Let's see what happens. If Bitcoin gets a rejection, then that may accelerate things. SpaceX still there, still chilling. Look, Matsur, did you hear the idea that new index fund rules update that allow new positions SpaceX to fund in 15 days instead of months now? I actually didn't hear of that. I'll have to look into it. I did not hear of that. Alejandro Garcia, we won the competition? Yes, my man, we did. The reason we won, just so, because I'm seeing that a lot more people tune in as soon as the stock market opens, the reason that we won was because the #1 team, we were hovering between second and fourth the whole competition. And the reason why we're now #1 is because we were second, and the #1 team literally had over $1 billion in volume with like 100 group members. And it turns out that they were wash trading. And so they got completely disqualified. Serves them right. And we won. So I'm not sure how the prize distribution will, like when it will occur, but I'll let you guys know as soon as I have more details. Okay, we're getting a little bit of a dump here. This is an interesting zone, for sure. For sure. So the prize distribution is as follows. So it's based on volume. This is what it currently looks like, and it only shows the top 10 for now, but I think it gets distributed along the way. I want to see a spike up. I'm considering adding to my short legends. Rick Ty, my man, how are you doing today? I post Joe live. The answer is no. Legends, I see a lot of the chat here. I'm just reading. I see a lot of you guys are asking about wash trading. It's basically an illegal form of trading, and it's when a individual or multiple individuals are basically buying and selling the same asset. And this can be used on like low liquidity pairs. So basically they're generating fake volume between accounts. And obviously they get penalized for that. One thing I wanted to point out, which we discussed in my group as well, briefly, I'm curious to take a look at DEX. DEX. Okay. Interesting spike in volume, to say the least, on WorldCoin. This is a shit coin as well, by the way. Legends, if you're asking for my price target for trades that I'm in within the community, all of that is shared within my community. It is not fair for people that have joined my community for free, mind you, that I give you the same value that they get. If you want to join, you can join. It's a free group. If you don't, then no stress, guys. I will keep on doing the live streams. To each their own. Let's see if we get another. How is the volume on this pump more recently? I'm getting a little bit excited about Zcash. I'm not gonna lie. You should start a group called Shitcoin Shorters. Actually, Christopher Huck, I had a very good idea. So you know how I'm building this tool? Mindpillar and I are building this tool together. We want to build you guys the best possible tools in this market. We have the CVD here, and we also have like the liquidity on the CVD. If we take a look at the liquidity bars here, you can see we're building this. We're building the heat maps, of course, drawdown from all-time high, all of these tools that can help your investments and overall crypto trading. One of the sections that we're discussing is, and no promises, but it's been briefly mentioned that we have a shitcoin criteria where it shows check marks of whether or not a coin that you input meets the criteria to consider for a potential short. Now, those of you that are new to the channel, you might not know what on earth am I talking about, but I have made a lot of money shorting altcoins over the course of this cycle, shitcoins in particular. While everyone was bullish on alts, we were just shorting them. And so I've shared a message in my premium group that talks about what I typically look for to consider shorting a shitcoin, and we can have that as like standards on this website. And it'll just show you, you basically type in the coin beat, and maybe it'll just say, yep, it meets this criteria, this. Oh, not quite this one, but it still makes for a pretty interesting shorting opportunity. Anyways, I just thought I'd share that. If we can manage to do that, I think it could be very, very interesting. Could be fun. The SpaceX long is doing okay. I'm going to put out a poll. I'm going to put out a poll to see. And if you haven't already, guys, destroy that like button. We've been at it for just over 3 hours now. What? What comes next for? What comes next for Bitcoin? 69K, 64K. 69K is interesting because it's the previous all-time high from 2021. No, I don't really set limit orders. Salvador's back at it. 75K. Salvador Perez thinks 75K is imminent. My gosh, if we hit 75K, I would love to short that. Salvador says that $75,000 will be hit today and tomorrow, between today and tomorrow, and then we wait for the Fed meeting. Do you guys think 75K will be hit? Well, that would be some rally, wouldn't it? It is an interesting zone, but I don't know, guys. We have some resistance ahead. We do. That's the first time in a while where we have... Look at the poll, guys. If you haven't already and you're watching and you're enjoying the live stream, make sure to smash that like button and subscribe. It really helps the channel out. Only if you're enjoying it, though. If you're not, then of course, don't like. So we've wicked into the point of control. The volume is decreasing. If it... Nah, no liking. We're gatekeeping this channel. So we entered a trade before I hopped on the live in my group today. And right now it's up around $18,000. But let's see how it plays out. Let's see how it plays out. If you want access to my group where I share all of my trades for free, please remember, legends, I have the first link in the description down below. It is completely free. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you get access to that group. And it's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. I'll share that down below. So we have a big bulk of people that genuinely are leaning more bullish. 69K. Are we so back, guys? 33 Ethereum. Where are we in the bluffing competition? You want to know, guys? We won. Yes, sir. It's so nice to repeat myself because I've probably mentioned it 3-4 times, But as new people join, makes me more than happy to share that we won the competition. So the rewards in the top 10 are distributed as such. Yeah, this will continue. It's not just the top 10, obviously, but these are the top 10. Little bit of a rejection here on Bitcoin, which makes sense, mind you, because we're tapping into the point of control of this range. So it makes sense that we got this kind of reaction. But we will still be live for the 4-hour candle close. So let's see if we get some buying pressure here or if this is it. Remember what we discussed, right? Remember what we discussed. When Bitcoin pumps before the market open, it's important to be very, very cautious. If I was bullish on Bitcoin, which I'm not, I would prefer if we dumped before the market opened, because then we get that move to the upside along with stocks. And speaking of which, how is the stock market doing? How is the stock market doing? Looks like it's doing totally fine. Are we surprised? Are we surprised that Bitcoin struggles a little bit when the stock market pumps? No, not at all, because we are structurally still in a bear market, and this happens. Elio, no, the prize pool is not divided by the members. It's based on your trades, right? So some people will obviously get more prizes than others. It is crazy. Iran is playing at the World Cup in the next couple days. Pretty insane stuff. Pretty insane stuff. Point of control resistance. Macau 20. Point of control resistance plus anchored VWAP resistance pulled from 77K. Let me just verify that. 77K you said, right? So if we take the anchored VWAP from $77,000, did you take it from this pivot? Are you saying 78K? Which time frame are we looking at here, man? This one. Can't be that one. Might be higher. Lower? Yeah. Yeah. So guys, when you take something that's very important, an educational tool here, and this is why I like doing the live streams, because it's not just, we talk about the trades that we're in, but something educational. When you take the anchored VWAP, you always want to take it from a pivot. You don't want to take it from a random level. For example, the anchored VWAP is this light blue line that you have on the chart here. If I wanted to take an anchored VWAP, you can see that I have two of them on the chart. The one that I have closest to today's price action is taken from the low here. Sorry, the pivot low. So you take it from pivots. This low that was established at the beginning of the year, which we've discussed as a possibility of sweeping and then moving higher, is a significant pivot low. And that brings Bitcoin all the way up to $70,600. So I would be looking at that as potential resistance if we are to accept above the point of control. You don't want to take it from like, oh, let me just pick a random candle like here, this big red candle. Oh, I'll take it from here. That doesn't make sense. It usually respects it from pivots, and the bigger the pivot, the more significant the anchored VWAP is. So we have this pivot low, but the most important one is the pivot from all-time highs. You take the anchored VWAP from all-time high, and if you've been following the channel for a while, this is one of the reasons why I was starting to DCA into a short from here on Bitcoin. And then we got that very, very nice move to the downside. This was shared in the group as well. So the more significant the pivot, the more it respects these zones. So you can use it on the lower time frames. For example, if we take an anchored VWAP from this low at $59,000, which is the low, the local low, you would see that it lines up to right around here, basically into that 200-week moving average. So a potential scenario could be a rejection, and if we do make our way here, you would imagine that the bulls will try to hold this level as support before continuation. So we tend to get reactions at these levels. You don't want to take it from a random zone, but mainly from pivots. Jay Beers, what are you talking about? Why do you keep talking about the 200 moving average right now? It's nowhere near it. I'm talking about the 200 week. Wait a sec. What? What on earth is this? Why does it show? Yeah, I'm talking about the 200 week, not the 200 day. The 200 day moving average is up here. And we know that historically in bear markets, we get rejected right at that level. Hence the reason for my other Bitcoin short that I shared in my group. The 200 week is here, which is currently at $62,200. We drop below it, and then we managed to hold on to it as support temporarily. What leverage do you suggest? Guys, leverage is irrelevant. It's all about the proportion of your trading portfolio that you're risking. Anyways, we go into details about all these concepts in my group as well. When I take trades, when I enter, when I exit. The Tau trade looking good for now. The only trade that's sitting at a loss right now is my SpaceX one. I should have been more patient with this, really, really. Yeah, Mikal, you can pull it. You can pull the anchored VWAP from the 1 hour time frame, but I prefer to use it more in line with higher time frame. But yeah, it's up to you. You just have to remember that the more significant the pivot and the higher the time frame, the more likely price will really react to that level if we are to get close to it or hit it. What is your current stop loss and profit target for your position? Legends, that is shared within my group for free. If you want to know what that is, you have the links in the description down below. It is a free group. You're trading with your own money. But let's see. I shared that I am now looking to add to my existing Bitcoin short, this one, where we entered at $81,500. If we get a move into the 67K 69K zone, 67, 67.5. I would like to see us go up here for a little bit. Let's see. We are shorting Bitcoin. Crypto King, it's not a big ask, man. I couldn't agree more. Really, Sailor needs a reality check. Stairs up, stairs down, then lift up. Kusher, are you bullish? We have legends right now. Around 61% says that 69K comes first. 63%. We have 192 votes. 98. If you're enjoying this live stream so far, make sure to smash that like button. What are we sitting at? Let's do a quick refresh. 328. Oof, it might be time to turn on the lights. I would like to see Bitcoin squeeze up a little bit higher too, to be perfectly honest. Let's see. I think that this zone is going to be difficult for Bitcoin to break through. Based on what I'm seeing here, based on the liquidity. Do we have some shorts jumping in? Not really. Not really. We have a lot of longs that have jumped in, guys. Please be careful. If you're long from the lows and you've protected your position, then you have nothing to worry about. But if you're trying to long at potential local resistance, just my non-financial advice is don't. Just as I was saying, it's not time to short when Bitcoin is here. We shorted above $80,000, not here. Just please be smart about it. I want to see a squeeze higher though, and I'll consider adding to my short. Yes, tomorrow we will be doing a video update. Wednesday, we will be doing a live stream for FOMC. Now it's going to be 10 p.m. my time here. So we'll probably start around the US market open, do a nice 4-6 hour live stream, maybe. But we'll cover this on Wednesday. Come on, SpaceX. Let's get back to break even. What time was UFC last night? Unfortunately, I did not watch it. It feels good to have taken a break, guys, because now we're what, 3.5 hours in. I feel good. Could probably go for quite a long time. I want to see what happens later in the day for the stock market. That's going to be pretty significant for Bitcoin. Um, right now, stocks, it's like, again, what we discussed is it's very difficult to call tops in the stock market, but how tops form usually isn't just a big move to the upside and then a dump. Usually what happens is after a dump like this, you can move right back up, you can chop around for a matter of days, even weeks, right? And then once you have that kind of distribution, that's when you can get a more sustained move to the downside. Versus with Bitcoin, you can literally pump and then dump. That's the beauty of it, and we take advantage of it as traders, right? When did I start trading? Just under a decade ago. A decade sounds so long. How do you know the point of control? So, as we've discussed, you take the volume profile of the range. The point of control, we actually just tapped into it at around $66,900, right? But I'm highly interested in this zone. I would like to see us maybe get another sweep, and from here, again, this rejection, if we do get it, may be short-lived, and then we pop up. But the first zone of interest for me to add to my existing short is actually right around here. If you want to see how I'm playing it, remember you have my group for free. And I will look to add some more exchange options because I've been reading some of the comments. So I will do my best. How did you leer? I remember in a live stream that you said you can bench 225 for reps. Have you ever power lifted? No, I have not power lifted, specifically because a lot of the best power lifters are pretty thick. I don't want to get to that point. And I feel like if I wanted to be a power lifter, it would take away from my other athletic endeavors like football, like tennis, for example, which I absolutely love. A year and a bit ago, I ran a marathon as well. You know, I like to be very well balanced. So while I like to lift weights, I won't be the strongest guy in the gym, but I will still remain strong. They're just not going to give it to me, will they, with the SpaceX? Let's see. Crypto King, I know some people use VPNs. I'm not advocating for it, but I will look for other options. So my apologies if that bothers you. I thought that the options that I have, I could have sworn that based on where you're located, some people use BTCC. There's a lot of options down below to join my group for free if you want to. Like I think this one may work. You have to check what works for you. We entered a position this morning before the live stream in my group, and it's looking pretty decent, but I think it's going to really depend on what happens with Bitcoin here. Can we squeeze up a little bit higher? Can you give me that 67K? I would love to see that, where I can consider adding to my short. Otherwise, I may just sit and watch the trades play out. I'm in 4 trades currently. One of them is in the negative. Yuri, if you can't join based on where you're located, I would highly recommend that you try Weeks, you try 2bit, and you try BTCC. I have a good amount of capital on Weeks, guys. I still trade on Weeks. It's one of my main exchanges. If that doesn't work for you, I also have been trading on 2bit as well. And BTCC, I think I have just under 50K on BTCC as well. But you guys have to decide which one works for you. What do we think, guys? What do we think? The majority, The majority believes that 69K will happen, right? Good morning, all. Morning, man. Oh, Crypto King, my man. I just read that you have BTCC, but you can't make a new one and still have KYC. We can actually get you transferred under my referral with BTCC only. So if that sounds interesting, man, just DM me the keyword here, and you just have to select. There's going to be an option that basically says you're already on BTCC, so you're already on an exchange. Click BTCC, and we can transfer you under my referral, and I can just add you to the group afterwards. BTCC allows for that. So let me know, man. It takes like 3 seconds. BTCC is like the only exchange where they let these referral transfers go through. So let me know, man. Hey, Metzer, do you know if people in the EU can trade on Bluffin after July 1st? I have to look into that. I am not sure in the EU. How's the lighting looking? Are we getting dark? Should I turn on the lights? It's okay for now. It's okay for now. Icy shots. Hello. Hello, legends. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. I would like to see Bitcoin squeeze up here. And then I will enter a short. Not yet, though. I have not added to my position yet. Lights are fine for now. The sun is starting to set here in Dubai. I'll have to turn on the lights in a little bit, and I'll put on my trusty glasses. Describe is asking, how will you choose the Bitcoin price to place your short on a swing? I'm adding to an existing position. So you can see here my entry is currently $81,500. So my average entry will drop. I've already taken 30K profits on this trade as well. This was shared in my group too. But I just want to see if we can get a reaction, and I'm happy to add a little bit to my existing Bitcoin short position. I won't touch this big one, which is up just under 600K, because I'd rather wait to see if we can get even higher, and I'll add to this one as well. All set for the next few hours. You're going to watch the Spain game on one screen and CBM live on the other. My man. We saw the volume increasing a little bit on this move up, but really, if we look at like the 1 hour, it's starting to drop again. And the more we zoom out, the more it shows like this isn't really This candle was a good one. Love the music on these lives. I'm glad you do. I've been adding more and more to the playlist. It's hard. You guys would be surprised how difficult it is um, to find non-copyright music that doesn't ban my stream. But we've been making an effort. Mind Pillars Live, you know them? Streamlabs, I am very close friends with the Mind Pillar guys, and we're building Mind like this. We're building together. We're a team. In case you guys didn't know, we're literally a team. We're building this tool together for everyone. How high do you think this push can be? It's a very good question. So my first zone that I'm looking at personally to add to my short is between 67 up to the liquidity at 68. So if we do get a squeeze higher here and we see signs of slowing down, I would add to my existing shorts. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you what I will personally do. And the higher we go, the more I will likely add. So hope that makes sense. All of the details as to how I'm operating in the market are shared in my group, guys. Just pay for good music. You are printing. I am. Is there a way where I could play any songs that I want and I just pay for it? That might be a stupid question, but guys, you have to understand I'm still kind of new to this live streaming thing. I know I've been ripping the long live streams, but can I actually just pay for any song? And if so, what platforms? If you have any recommendations, let me know. Because last time, or on my first live stream, I was playing some jazz in the background, and then I got hit with a copyright strike. And it's just like, oh, really? Thankfully, it wasn't anything that harmed the channel, but it is definitely a warning. Touch grass, please. Salvador wants to play me in tennis badly, but unfortunately, I think you're wrong about Bitcoin. Fettuccine, I am using Epidemic Sounds, but it doesn't give me the actual songs that I want to use. That's what I'm using for this live stream. I am subscribed to Epidemic Sounds. So we entered a trade this morning before the live stream, sitting on my hands, waiting to see what happens. Bitcoin approached the point of control of our range, and now we sit back and see. We sit back and see. Please stream the tennis game, Salvador. No, guys, no copy trading. No copy trading. I think that that is bullshit. And I think that people need to use my analysis and see if it makes sense based on what they think could be happening in the markets. I'm spoon feeding you with the live streams and how I've been viewing this bear market. If you can't make your own decisions in this market, I just don't think that copy trading makes sense. I'm trying to teach you how to fish. Where's the guy who shorted 59K? Have you banned him? That's the... No. Did I ban him? I think I removed him for 24 hours. I think that's what I did. Yeah, because guys, I said something like, I think... Imagine this. I said something like, I think that SpaceX can get a move to the upside. And he was pissed because he really did not like Elon Musk. And he started going crazy. So I had to remove him from the stream. It was insane. Absolute nonsense. No, copy trading is not good. Completely disagree. Up or down? What a great question. As discussed on the live stream, guys, we are approaching higher time frame resistance. We've tapped into the point of control of this entire range. I'm eyeing this zone to add to my existing shorts as the volume decreases here. That's what I'm personally doing. Someone asked me, why am I still holding my Bitcoin shorts from $81,500 and from $79,000, which is currently up just under 600K? And the reason is because I've taken enough profits on the way down, I've protected my positions, and that I don't think that any relief rally that we get from this point will take us back up to the highs. Is it possible? Is it possible? The answer is yes. Of course it's possible. Do the probabilities favor that? The answer is no, in my opinion. I think that a relief rally will not take us back up to where we dumped when we had the Clarity Act voting pump. Right here, where I went short and I shared it in the group. And as a matter of fact, I took this trade on the live stream as well. I don't think that this will bring us all the way up here. So that's why I maintain my existing short, and I'm actually looking to potentially add to this position. So let's see. What? Mohammed Nasaj, when did I... What? Sometimes I wonder if you guys are paying attention to the live stream. Mohammed Nasaj says 75% chance the bottom is in. You said that a few days ago. 75% chance? Can anyone actually confirm that this is the truth? Did I ever say that? I feel like I've been pretty vocal about the fact that on any relief rally here, I think that we roll over. I'm not going crazy, am I? I mean, my trades reflect that I don't think the bottom is in. Salvador said that. Exactly. That's more like it. Salvador said that. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, all right. Thanks, guys. I'm happy that a lot of you I'm happy that a lot of you are listening. I'm even seeing some comments that from people that don't normally comment. That's very good. Okay. Yeah, my man, you are tripping. So maybe you're talking. Okay, maybe let's discuss the local bottom. So the scenario that we had discussed, is the 2018 scenario, which it kind of looks like we could be playing out here. What happened in other bear markets for Bitcoin is that we basically had just a deep pullback into June, and then we chopped around, had another little bit of relief, and then we created a new low into Q4. That's what happened in 2022, right? So we had a nice big move down right around this time frame, mind you, and then we had a relief rally again, and then we dropped further. But in 2018, we actually just swept the low. We did not make a new high, but we did get a little bit of relief here. And then we rolled over after a little bit of chopping. We really did roll over. So there is a chance that the local bottom at 59K is in. There is a chance there. So I want to make sure that we're prepared for all scenarios here. That's why when Bitcoin hit $60,000, in my group, I shared that I took more profits from my Bitcoin short, and I definitely did not enter a new short at 60K. That would have been foolish, to say the least. On the higher time frames, I still think that Bitcoin heads lower, regardless of where this relief rally takes us. Right now, this is a critical zone for Bitcoin to flip if we are to see continuation to the upside. And based on the liquidity, you can see that a lot of people have jumped into longs. Nothing wrong with that. It's just what the charts show us. On my chat here, you can see that 59% now think that 69K will come first. 64K, 41% chance. Yaz Shah, who even shorted at 60K? You'd be surprised, my man. One guy that I had to ban because he was tripping. Would it be smart to short SpaceX after the hype? Look, that's my game plan. I entered a long a little bit too early. I will admit that. I entered my long a little bit too early. I would like to see this thing pump, and then I will consider a short, because I don't think that what we're going to see, if this starts pumping, I don't think that it's sustained. I think that what we could see over the next few weeks is a drop to below the 135 level, which is where some investors got in. then I think it will be a long-term, a good long-term hold. But my speculation here was that we would round out and then get a move to the upside, which I'm still holding the trade. If I lose, I lose. I'm not taking a big position, which we've discussed on Friday's live stream. And then afterwards, I will look for a short, and I will probably buy from a spot perspective. All right, Bitcoin's pumping. We are pumping. Isn't that 150 level and not 135? What do you mean? No, my stop loss is at 150. My stop loss is at 150. 135, I'm pretty sure that's where people got in as investors. Hello YouTube 10 is asking if we're flying back to 90K. Who thinks we're flying back to 90K? Okay, Bitcoin is getting a little bit of a move here. I am interested. I am interested. Let's see. Forget SpaceX. We'll talk about it later again. 4-hour candle close is going to be important. On MindPillar, how do you get that screen you just showed? This one, the liquidity, you go here, and then you go to analytics, and you go liquidation map. Well, that's awesome. I just got a very nice message. We have Icy Shots here saying that he made 115% on a 15x Tau call today in my group. Many thanks. My pleasure, but I don't take credit for the trades that work out, just as I tell you to manage your positions for the trades that don't work out. What I mean by this is, remember that you are in charge of clicking the buttons. If you don't agree with what I share, you don't have to take the trade. But if you do, and my analysis matches what you think could be happening in this market, then great, and I'm very happy for you with your profits. Guys, this trade, the Tau trade that he's referring to, I'm currently up around $23,000 on this trade. I shared it before I went live today. So if you want access to these kinds of trades, how I am personally operating in this market, remember that you have the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you're able to join my private group for free where you trade with your own money. What this means is you can use any of these exchanges below to get access to my group, and you start trading on there as you normally do. I would recommend making them your go-to exchanges. People that just sign up just to access the group inevitably get kicked out of the group over time. So if you're thinking of trading elsewhere and just trying to take advantage of the program, you're going to get kicked out of the group. I will try to provide more exchange options as well for those of you that are interested. But yeah, we shared that trade in the group this morning. Let's see how it plays out. And I'm happy you've taken some profits on your own accord. That's awesome. So Bitcoin is getting a little bit of a move here. Let's see what comes out of this. We have this zone that we highlighted, and I'm just waiting. Just waiting. Hello, YouTube 10. How good are you at trades? What is your accuracy? I'm a swing trader. And over the course of this bear market, I have made several hundreds of thousands of dollars on the way down. I have taken losses, but I am in significant profits because all my losses tend to be way less than my wins. And that's how I've been trading. So how good are you at trades? What's your accuracy? That question is, the way that you phrase that question makes me think that you literally want to just copy trade. So that doesn't make me very happy. I can sense the ones that just want to copy trade. It's not difficult to tell. How's the lighting? Feels like it's getting dark. Let me refresh. Ah, actually looks okay. What the hell? Do you ever use agents to trade? No, I don't. I don't. We'll turn on the lights relatively soon. Let's see. How do you share your trades on the group with take profit and stop loss, or just your views on how it could play out? Can you show how your Tau trade was given? That's a good question. And actually that brings up a pretty interesting thing that annoys me, is when you have people that will just say, oh, this could maybe play out, and they don't actually like put their money behind what they say. I will provide scenarios that I don't personally trade, but I very rarely do I have conviction in something and I don't actually put my money where my mouth is. And so if I lose a trade, I lose a trade. If I win a trade, I win a trade. To answer your question about stop losses and validations, yes, I share all my invalidations as well. So you could see here that Zcash is trying to hold on. Let's see, guys. Let's see. Who doesn't want to copy a good trader? I agree. Copying does not help anyone. Can you make money in the short term? Yeah, of course, but that's... Let's be real, guys. Let's be real. Copy trading, especially if you have different capital size, different risk tolerance, it's silly. It's very, very silly. Because you'll never be able to learn yourself. I'd like to see something like this. Any thoughts on PNX? I haven't used it. My go-to is Bluffin by far. But I also like to use Weeks. Any recommendation for a new trader? Small initial entry, then scale in, or go full ham on it? Definitely don't go full ham on it if you're a new trader. My number one advice is to just ensure that you're comfortable with the risk that you're taking. I know you've heard the advice before, but it really is crucial. Because a lot of new traders, whether they have a lot of capital or not, what they do is they jump into a trade with all of the capital and hope that it plays out. And actually, the worst thing that could happen is that it does play out and you double, triple your capital. Like, let's say someone enters a trade with $50,000, just as an example, and it turns into $150,000, and they are euphoric. They're like, oh my God, I can turn this into $1 million. And then what happens is they round trip everything because they didn't have proper risk management. It's not for the weak. It is not for the weak. Do you ever take trades from your phone? I sometimes adjust positions, but do I ever take... I've done it before, but if you're getting into trading, I would probably recommend to not. It's much better when you have computer screens. Carl is asking about my Tau entry. That was shared in the group, my man. I've literally done exactly that. It's only since finding you in February that I've started to be profitable. Christopher, I'm so glad. I'm so glad, guys. I'm telling you, if you're willing to put in the work, and people don't like to hear that there's a little bit of work involved, but if you are willing to put in the work and learn what I'm trying to teach you in the market, I promise you that you will come out better the other side. I promise you. That is my commitment to you. But if you're just looking for an easy way out, I mean, I try to simplify things and make it as easy as possible to understand, but at the end of the day, some people need to understand that trading maybe just isn't for them, and that's totally okay. Can you give us a view of your computer setup? I would, but I have my camera right there, and then I have, I can't really, it's on the tripod, and the sunset is beautiful behind it. But I have a monitor here, I have my mic here, I have my keyboard right here, I have a trackpad to my right, I have 3 liters of water in between me, and I have my blue light glasses here, and then I have my other computer here. So I'm looking at the charts here, and I have the chats here with the analytics of seeing how many viewers and things like that. Maybe someday I'll actually take a video of it and share it with you. Lights. It's time for lights. Is it time for lights? It looks like it. Thank you, Yazsha. It's time for lights. If you haven't already, guys, smash that like button. We've been at it for just over 4 hours. buying a new computer tomorrow. What specs should you be looking at? I mean, man, it really depends on what you want to do, right? As a streamer, I need a good computer, and I'm probably going to get a new one relatively soon. But it depends. If you're just working away and you don't really do video editing or these kinds of things, then you don't need a crazy computer. Most computers nowadays are pretty good at doing the basics. Christopher says, I literally had no risk management and didn't know when to get out. I've now learned that small positions with correct risk management is the key above all else. Exactly, my man. Exactly. Yeah, I have a MacBook Pro, but it's actually an older model. It's funny, people think you need a lot of screens to trade. You really just need one platform trading view. One screen could suffice. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people think they need a crazy setup. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. What size leverage do you usually use? Anywhere between 5 and 15x, but guys, it's all about the capital that you use, not the leverage. What this means is if you have a $100,000 trading portfolio and you're entering a trade with 1%, that's $1,000. Now, how far that $1,000 goes is up to you based on the leverage. But you stand to lose $1,000 if the trade doesn't work out, irrespective of leverage. So that's the only thing that matters. Whether you do 2x, 100x, it's the $1,000 that you stand to lose. What are your thoughts on funded accounts? You guys are asking about funded accounts. I personally haven't had to use funded accounts. I don't think there's anything wrong. I just know that these funded accounts often have rules and it's difficult to pass the challenges. And then once you do, they still have set rules that you can't get a certain amount of drawdown or these kinds of things to ultimately protect the company. So I don't have anything against funded accounts. I've never had to use them, but you just need to be careful with reading the terms and conditions and the rules involved with these accounts. Jay Beers says some of the best traders he knows are trading on their lunch break at work on the phone and doing so well. That's what I'm saying, man. It's sometimes, especially as a swing trader, I don't know if they're swing traders, but if I wasn't doing the live streams with you guys, I wouldn't have to actually stare at the charts all day. Given how many years I've spent staring at candlesticks, haven't had to do that. I don't have to do that anymore, I would say. When I first started, it was a lot, but yeah, 2 screens is definitely enough. I find the emojis so funny. Like when I read a question like this, these emojis, like, what on earth is that, man? But I'll answer your question. Um, at which time frame do you enter trades as a swing trader, brother? It really depends on if it's going to be like a week trade, week-long trade, month-long trade. But oftentimes I'll enter on the 1 hour or 4 hour. 4 hour is probably the most common one for me, where I look for the structure and then I'll enter on the 1 hour. So usually you always go down one for your entry. Stock market is pumping, but Bitcoin is, yeah, like these emojis, like what on earth is that? Stock market is pumping, but Bitcoin is stuck at resistance. Yeah, well, you have some, like Zcash looks like it wants to continue, to be honest. There's other ones that are weaker now. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Is the stock market going to make an all-time high here? Is that what we're looking at? Stock market all-time high? Bitcoin struggling? If you've been tuning into the channel, you would not be surprised. Are you multi-streaming? If you mean I'm streaming on other platforms, the answer is no. But I should look into that to be able to do it automatically. That would be nice. I'm imagining maybe between 20 to 40 trades a year. That's it. Less is better. I do agree that less is better because I can size into trades and it makes more of an impact and I'm less stressed about the lower time frames. Hi Matsuri, just joined. Did you add to your shorts? So what I'm currently looking at, guys, if you're just joining the stream here, is Bitcoin's reaction at the point of control. So why do I always lose? There it is. So you can see here that Bitcoin had a move into the point of control here, 66.8. And I would like to see if we can get another sweep. This is where I would consider adding to my existing short. And yeah, I need to see a tap into the level and another rejection. If we just break through, then I just sit on my hands. This morning in my community, I entered a position on Tau, which is currently up around $25,000 as I'm recording this live stream. I may consider protecting my position as well, but this was shared in my group for free this morning before I actually went to the gym. I gave the update in my community. I know some members that have already just taken profits from this trade. If you want to join that group, remember you have the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword BTC, so Bitcoin's ticker, after clicking this link, it'll bring you to this page. You'll be able to join. You're trading with your own money. It's a free group. That's the keyword BTC, right up here. What else are we looking at? I'm very happy that a lot of members have been making money shorting Beat. Very nice to see. Wow. I just read something very surprising. Supposedly, Iran could access $300 billion with conditions. So Vice President J.D. Vance says Iran could gain access to a $300 billion Gulf-funded reconstruction fund if it meets key obligations, including nuclear commitments. He warned Iranian hardliners may overlook the concessions required. Vance said talks remain open on sanctions, relief, and asset access, but denied that $24 billion in frozen funds are part of the agreement. Interesting. Interesting. What propelled you to get into trading? How did you first hear about the market? So my first ever cryptocurrency that I invested in was Ethereum. And I got into trading because I realized how much money could be made trading. How much, when you really think about it, of course you can lose money trading. I'm not oblivious to that. But let's just put things in perspective. If I close this trade now, today, I would have made $26,000. That's why I got into trading. Now, I understand people have different portfolio sizes, and with proper risk management, maybe this isn't feasible. But for some people, you could make $200 in a given day just through trading and just through managing your emotions. That was a key thing. I also found that when I was younger, I was a lot more impulsive. And so I also saw trading as a challenge to be less impulsive. It's like almost like an emotional game as well. And that's when you start to get into risk management and these kinds of things. But Ethereum was the first cryptocurrency that I got, and trading has changed my life forever. So much so that I shared it on one live stream, that I got a little ETH tattoo as well. It doesn't matter if ETH falls to zero. I don't care. I've made enough money trading. It's what got me into crypto, so it has sentimental value to me. Because I know some of the comments, some of you might be asking about that. Oh, what if ETH goes to zero? I couldn't care less. It means a lot to me, and the logo looks cool. So it has a significance. I like trading because I only need myself to scale. No employees, no customers, no boss. That's also true. It gives you freedom, right? That's the thing. It's the money, but the money gives you freedom. You can literally be anywhere in the world and you can trade. That's what's brilliant about trading. So Bitcoin chopping into this level. Legends, on Wednesday, we're going to have a monster live stream. I mean, a crazy live stream. With FOMC, we're going to start before the stock market opens, and we're going to go all the way into FOMC, which is at around 10 p.m. my time. So we'll probably be streaming on Wednesday for, let's see, what's the record? What have we done? Because I think it was it last week that we smashed the record? Every week we're just smashing records. Let's see. Let's see. Content. Live. The longest live stream that we've done on the channel, holy smokes, okay. We did 7 hours and 45 minutes. But the most liked live stream was when Bitcoin dropped to sub 60K, 7 hours-ish. So we're gonna go for a 7-hour live stream on Wednesday. Seven to 8 hours. Let's see. If we get fun price action, it always makes it easier, right? So this is a high time frame potential rejection zone for Bitcoin. I would like to see something like this, where we break above the point of control and then we drop. This is where I would consider adding to my position. Do you ever look at the lower time frames to see if a move is getting weak? Yes, but I find that for the most part, if I'm not scalping, everything under 1 hour is noise. I know that sounds crazy to some of you because I know that a lot of scalpers also watch me. But as a swing trader, anything under 1 hour for me in particular is noise. Can you look at XLM? Keith Jones. You know what? Why not? Let's look at XLM. Holy smokes. Wow. Is this going to be one of those where I say wow and then I zoom out on the monthly time frame and then I realize that it's just been in a downtrend? Let's see. Oh, here we go. Actually, I have seen far worse. I have seen far worse. We're oscillating. Low, higher low, high, lower high. I would imagine that we could compress here for a bit. Thank you for sharing a chart that isn't just going straight down to zero. But let me see, maybe something with more. Yeah, it's okay. It's actually okay. Do you think we can just drop here to the 59K range? If we get a reject, like this is the first potential rejection zone that I highlighted in my community. When Bitcoin was here, when Bitcoin was here, I have been vocal about just not diddling in the middle. There's nothing for me here. But now we're approaching the first level where we could experience a rejection. So it's possible. I will say it's possible, particularly with the longs that have recently jumped in. How's the Coinbase Premium Index looking? Oh, we got another spike of a buy. Interesting, interesting. This could suggest, what is that? Is this a big buyer or something? What's going on? What a spike. That also marked a little bit of a top, but what a spike. On Friday, we had some buying for the first time in a while from the ETFs, 85 mil. Rick Ty, something fishy. Yeah, something's going on. Life by Lauren May. What if we drop to 59K? Well, if we drop to 59K, we will discuss the potential for a double bottom into a relief rally in the summer. But if we gain acceptance below that level, then there is a chance that Bitcoin just plummets, as we've seen in previous cycles. So I am open to anything. Can you explain how the Bitcoin bottom, how? Heading out, have a good day. Icy shot, I hope you have a lovely day, man. Is Dex dropping now? There is some short interest in DEX. A lot of short interest. I don't know. I think it could probably chop around a bit more. But as always, if I enter a new trade, you'll know in my group. The beat one was just great. And in case there is any confusion about what my thoughts are, I think that stablecoin dominance goes higher, and I think that Bitcoin drops lower on this relief rally. The question is, how high do we go? Because this is still a very bullish chart. Good morning, gang. Ash Hunts. Good morning. Rick Ty is itching for a Bitcoin short from here. Rick Ty, I know you're in my group, though. You should be in a Bitcoin short from much, much higher, my man. At least I think you're in my group. I'm waiting. I'm patient. How are you watching the World Cup matches with these long streams? Well, because I am located in Dubai, right now it is 7:30 p.m. The earliest game has been 11 p.m. So I usually watch like maybe the first half and a little bit of the game at 11 p.m. Then I go to sleep. My routine is I wake up and then I do the lives. I go to the gym, live stream, and you get the gist of it. Tomorrow I will be doing a video update, so maybe I stay up a little bit later and watch a full game. But then when I go back to Canada or when I'm visiting my friend in Spain, I will have a much better time watching the games. So that's how I watch the games. I don't watch them all here while I'm here, unfortunately. How about Sui coin? Will it go to all-time low? Yeah, a lot of people were very, very bullish on Sui this cycle, right? And I must say, my friends, when Raoul Paul is shilling something, particularly in the same conversation as the banana zone, You need to be careful. I don't think, and look, this actually isn't the worst chart in the world. It isn't. You can see that we're technically trying to hold these lows. I'm not going to shit on Sui because I was eyeing it at one point. But I must say, it looks like basically every other altcoin. Lakshay, what is my Bitcoin thesis? What is my Bitcoin thesis? My Bitcoin thesis is as follows. I think that we can still grind up going into FOMC, but this is the zone that I am looking at for a potential, that first rejection. And if we are to sweep into the zone, I will likely add a little bit to my current short, only this one, where my entry is at $81,500. Please remember that I've taken $31,000 in profits, so I'm happy to play with the unrealized. I'm probably not going to add to this Bitcoin short, where I'm up almost 600K, because I would much rather wait for this to pop up a little bit higher if it is going to do so. If it doesn't, I don't care, because I'm already, like, this is already a bigger position than, for example, the one that I have on weeks. So that's my game plan. I need to see the reaction I want to see for me to justify entering, adding to my short. Yeah, that's my plan. Then we also have, like, there is some interesting zones, such as the 2021 all-time high, if we are to make it there. But honestly, with how many longs have started to jump in, I don't want to downplay the possibility of us grabbing that liquidity. People are getting very bullish, and we're seeing some more and more bulls talking about the lows being in. Look at this guy, and I talked about it in my last video. Bitcoin swept the lows in 2023, then ran all the way to a new all-time high. This month, a strong area of support, 60K, it has swept the lows once again. And that's factually correct. And here we go again, taking facts and then adding certainties, like, this is usually how a bottom is formed. Price grabs the liquidity below the obvious low, then it begins to move towards all-time highs. History will repeat. Guys, I am very careful making statements like this as well. Trading is all about probabilities. You have to approach the markets from a probabilistic perspective. When you say history will repeat, do you know how many people say stuff like this and they're just perma bulls? They've been bullish on Bitcoin since $126,000, and at every significant low, they say that we're just gonna pump. I mean, what's the saying? Even a broken clock is right twice a day. So, anyways, just be careful with this. Is there anything else in terms of the peace deal? Did anything come out here? What about Zcash? I think that anything that happens to Bitcoin can squeeze alts higher. So let's see. If we reject here, then I would imagine that the broader crypto market will also reject. I don't know why I searched it up in my browser. Zcash. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Getting a little bit of resistance here. Thanks. Also, it's pronounced Lukshay. Lukshay, okay. I will remember that because I know that you've been on the channel for a while, Lukshay. Are you sure? Wait. Ran from crypto banter is super bullish on Bitcoin again. Does this mean we go lower? Can anyone confirm if that's true? If that's true, then I'm going to take all my net worth and jump into a short. I'm just joking. Don't do that. Don't do that. Is it the top for Zcash? I'm not sure. Legends, we're looking good here. I entered a Tau trade. Right before the live stream, or a couple hours before the live stream this morning within my group, my free community, and I'm currently up 51%. We're sitting on unrealized just over $25,000 in profits. If you want all my entries and how I'm operating in this market on a day-by-day, week-by-week basis for free, remember that you have the first link in the description down below. You go here, see the live stream, drop down, DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you want to join my private group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. I'll share that here. Ben Cowan turned bullish. Is that so? Is Ben Cowan bullish? I don't think he's necessarily bullish. Maybe short term. Like I said, guys, we have the scenario of June 2018 on the cards here. So if you're just tuning into the stream now, I will repeat myself on this scenario. Basically, it's us sweeping the lows from the beginning of the year and then getting a relief rally and then dropping further. But in other bear markets, we just nuked, creating a low closer to the end of June. This could happen in the next week or so, let's say. So I think this is going to tell us whether or not the bottom is in. But on any relief rally, I am looking for a new short, to be perfectly clear. I'm not going to be chasing here. I still think that Bitcoin's going lower over the course of this year, guys. Regardless of what rally we get. If you've been tuning into the channel, you know what I'm eyeing. And what I am eyeing is this zone. This is my DCA zone, basically. Right here. Maybe we don't go this low, but you can rest assured that I will start DCAing around here. Which, for those of you that are listening in without watching, that zone is between 60 down to 40. Call it 38. In my opinion, what is the level this rally will not reach? In my opinion, I don't think that this rally will reach the previous highs at $83,000, call it that. Because historically in bear markets, although you can experience some kind of flat where you grab that price, what we've seen is consistent lower highs, consistent. And so if we are to rally here more, which you could see we're kind of doing, I don't think that we will make it up to here. I think it will literally just resort in another lower high before fading lower. And perhaps the perfect level is a retest of 70 to 71K in the more medium term. Maybe this is an interesting level because it's the trend line that we've been holding as support, plus the anchored VWAP from the pivot low. So let's see. Will I short ETH from now for a day trade? No. Mr. Mark, when do you expect Bitcoin to return to 58K or lower? There's no one on the channel named Mark, so I'm not sure, man. I'll give Mark a call, and I'll let you know what he says. Are other groups on Telegram fake? I see many scammers pretending to be you. Okay, there's no music on now. If you're watching and you've been watching, please listen up, guys, because this can protect your money. Please, please, please be careful. I have 2 contact points on Telegram. I have the first link in the description down below. If you click this link, you're in direct contact with my business Telegram account. I may not answer your message, but I have automations here. So if you DM me the keyword that I talk about in my description, BTC or CBM, whatever the keyword may be on the piece of content, you will get an automated message that basically sends you to my premium group, which is a free group that you can get access to if you trade with your own capital and you sign up with one of these affiliate exchange links down below. There's that group called CBM Premium. Then I have a general group that you can also join right now without having to sign up with one of the affiliate exchange links down here. Telegram community. CBM trades. Make sure you're only joining from clicking in the description down below, because as the YouTube channel gets bigger, and again, I'm very thankful that you guys are appreciating the content and we are growing as a community. As the YouTube channel gets bigger, there will be more and more impersonators, more scammers. So make sure you're only using these links. If you click this, it'll bring you to this group, which I highlighted on the channel, where I'm forwarding messages from my premium group. So you can see here some really solid results. Beat shorts, velvet shorts, lovely stuff. Only use the links in the description down below. I repeat myself. And same thing for these exchanges. Sometimes there's some fake ones that may go out. Only use the links in the description down below. Please be careful with what you're clicking. And the way you can do it, if you're watching the live stream, you scroll down, you have all the links in the description down below. Hope I've made myself clear. I'll turn on the music again. I just think it's very, very important because I know that there's some people that have gotten scammed from people impersonating me. I will never ask you to send me money. The way to join my group is that you deposit your own funds onto a crypto exchange, which are the ones in the description down below. You're not sending your money to me. I'm not asking you for money. You're trading with your own money. So please be careful. If someone says, hey, send money to this address, it's not me, it's a scammer. Use the links in the description down below. All right, let's get back to it. How many pairs of glasses do you have? I actually have these ones. These ones. These ones. These are all blue light glasses. And actually, I haven't shown you guys, but it's always nice to have a pair of we like to call them, excuse my language, and guys, my content isn't monetized, so I guess I can say whatever I want. Douchebag glasses, we call them. Check them out. This is like proper wanker glasses, as I like to call them. This is like clubbing glasses. We're getting a little bit of a pump here. Good morning, Matt. Been waiting to join your group. Just been burnt before. William Sadler, take your time, man. Guys, there's no stress. You guys want to know? One sec. All right, let's see Bitcoin. Let's see, what are we doing here? Are we getting that move up? We're getting that move up. We're currently at the point of control. We're currently at the point of control. Those are clean. I'm so glad I asked. These are the clubbing glasses. I think I've been vocal about this. I rarely go clubbing and partying, but when I do, I like to have a great time, and it is very rarely. But sometimes I'll throw these on like an absolute wanker. It's fun, what can I say? You guys would not believe how expensive these glasses are. Anyone, take a guess. Take a guess. $500, 40 grand, $124, $500. They look like trading glasses to me. Trendsetter. Everyone 7K. Everyone is wrong. Everyone is wrong. I was in Thailand with my girlfriend, and we went to one of those little markets. This is, I don't know what the equivalent is in Thai baht, but this is 5 Canadian dollars. 5 Canadian dollars. I saw them. I said, I need these, and so I bought them. 5 Canadian dollars. All right. Time to focus. Money well spent. Thank you. So we're getting a push up. This is what we were hoping for with the wick. We're into the zone now. We're back into the zone. We're back into the zone. We're back into the zone. It's hard to see with these on. 67K. 67K. 67.1. Okay. Oh, the SpaceX long is crawling up, baby. Come on. Come on. Few more $100 and I'm probably going to be adding to my existing short position. We've swept this high. I'm gonna wait a little bit. Wait a little bit. We're gonna get back to break even on SpaceX. $10 to 4 hour close. That is something that is that we should consider. That is a very strong 4 hour close, actually. So we would need. I want to see a sweep. Pop up. Pop up. We got to get at least one of them. Otherwise, what are we doing? What are we doing? Long's jumping in. Guys, the SpaceX long is in profits. Yes! $30. I can buy myself dinner tonight. Let's go. So silly. I mean, hey, if you're not stopped out, you're not stopped out. What can I say? Ash Hunts, there are no taxes in Dubai, my friend. So, no, not after taxes. Let's go. Four-hour close in 6 minutes. I'd like to see a nice pop. Some of you mentioned 69. I'm gonna slowly DCA in. Because I already have my position open, right? From 81.5, I'm gonna add again. You cannot copy trade me, guys. You have to make your own decisions in this market. Seta just started printing Bitcoin. This will be the daily from now on, says Shane. Is that so? Yeah, but stretch is what really gives that excess liquidity. Seta is on standby. They don't really buy that much from what I've seen. Is it a lot? 45 Bitcoins. Like, if you look at, okay, we're active now. Let's see if there's some push here. Because this one, you can see that they have purchased, like they purchased tens of thousands of Bitcoins with Stretch. So, quick recap. I am willing to add a little bit to my Bitcoin short, my existing Bitcoin short, if we make a move into this zone and we grab some of this liquidity, ideally up to 68. But if we make it in here, I may just add 0.5% or 1%, probably 0.5. So I'm shorting Bitcoin. I've been short, but I'm adding to this position. I've also today taken a position on Tau, and we're currently up just over $20,000. This was shared before I joined the live stream in my free community. If you want to join, you know where to find me. It is a free group. Just DM me the keyword BTC, so Bitcoin's ticker, on Telegram to join my group. So you click this link, it'll bring you to this page. You type in that word, and you'll be prompted with an automated message, which basically just asks you to sign up to any of these links if you haven't already, and you start trading on there with your own money as you normally do. So it's a free group because you trade with your own money. I shared my entry today on this trade that you're seeing here on Tau. But let's see. I've also discussed the possibility of a relief rally, but I'm looking to potentially add here. So let's see how this plays out. Christopher, the beatdown continues. Speaking of which, this was also shared in my group, guys. Some of the members are making so much money shorting this shitty coin, Beat. We've talked about it on the channel. Wow, look at my wonderful drawings here. We've talked about it on the channel before. Are we just dumping? Oh man, what a dump, guys. What a dump. Beat is down. We're getting close to 70%. What a dump, man. What a dump. Unreal. How are we looking on DEX? Okay, it's still holding up. I'm looking at that one closely. I would imagine that stocks are doing well. Yeah. Christopher, yeah, that's me. I'm very happy with the Beat trade. You must be up thousands of dollars. Insane, man. Congratulations. Yeah, Chris, that's you. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. Round of applause for Chris, everyone. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. And we got a couple other guys too that entered even above 10. Great stuff. Great stuff. This guy, this rude white boy, who's also in my community, entered at 11. 11. Insane. Now he's just comfy in his shorts. You love to see it. Guys, if you want to join the community, you know where to find me. First link in the description down below. I'm glad you guys are profiting from that. So we're in this potential rejection zone, this pocket here. As shorts have gotten cooked. Wow, look at that weekly time frame for Bitcoin. How many longs have jumped in? Oh wait, the Spain game starts now. Hey mate, could you check height? My liquidation is around $105. Nick Tooney, bro, I think you asked me this before. Guys, have stop losses, have invalidations. Don't tell me your liquidation level is $100. Come on, man. Come on. You're telling me basically that you're willing to liquidate your account. Please, guys, use proper risk management. I hate to read that. Your liquidation price is 100. Why is that even like something that's on your mind? Haven't like, oh man. Humlog Theek, I saw your comment. You said I love you. I love you too, bro. I longed beat last week from $9 to 11. Wish I could have gotten the short on the way down. Yeah, these are shit coins, right? When they dump, they dump. Humlog Theek, you can't type in caps on my stream because my bot will remove you. So just stop typing in capitals and your message should get across. Muhammad Khalaf, I always love you. You've got a good handle on this, Christopher. Yeah, Chris is killing it, guys. Chris is killing it. What are we saying about XRP? I would maybe short the shit out of this at some point. XRP is a shit coin. Is beat actually pumping again? I mean, yeah, let's see. I remember you saying if price breaks out from value area low, it tends to go up to value area high. Does this mean Bitcoin is going to value area high? Very, very good question, and it means you were listening in the video. So what Yehuda Christo is saying is basically when Bitcoin gains acceptance above its value area low, it tends to trend towards value area high. The only issue that I have with it this time is not only the liquidity, but the fact that this has already played out and we have tons of higher time frame resistance here. So am I open to the possibility of us moving all the way up to the value area high? Yes, there is a possibility, but there's a lot of road blockage before we can even consider getting there. So first and foremost, I'm looking for shorts on this kind of move to the upside. Here, it was more pertinent because we came down, we had a lot of upside liquidity on this move down. So I tend to combine it with other facets, other things that I'm looking at in terms of trading. So when Bitcoin dumped here, even I was discussing the possibility of us already sweeping these lows, but we didn't. And we held on to the value area low. And as we chopped around here for a little bit, we had so many shorts in this market. And so it basically allowed us to hold on and fuel the move towards the value area high, and then a little bit of continuation to that 200-day moving average. In this case, I think people are trying to play this long quite aggressively. So on the 7-day, a lot of people have jumped into longs here. And so I'm less confident about a move all the way up to the value area high. Can we still squeeze higher? Yes, there's that possibility. But this is the first zone that I'm eyeing. The first zone. Legends, if you haven't already and you're tuning into the live stream, make sure to drop a like. It really helps the channel out, and I do appreciate it. We've been at it for 5 hours. 5 hours and 30 minutes so far, and we're at 400 likes. Make sure to destroy that like button if you haven't already. Right now, the consensus is that $69,000 will come before 64K. We have more voters than likes. Let's smash that like. ETH is on a bit of a rip today. So is SpaceX. So is SpaceX. We're almost at the golden pocket, says it's Will Anderson. You guys want to talk about fibs? I'm not a huge fib guy. You just take it I like to observe the golden pocket. So you just take it from a pivot high, which is here, to a pivot low. This is what I would look for as the golden pocket. It's right here. This is all the way up to basically the mid-70s, guys. If we take it from higher, which I think it's Will Anderson was discussing, that's incorrect from what I'm looking at. Okay, one sec. We're getting a move up here. We're getting a move up. Mario Links, if Sailor goes into profit, he will buy. Which is just so counterintuitive. What is Sailor's average price? 75,600. He's still down $7 billion. If Sailor goes into profit, he will buy. It's so silly. Stocks are on a rip, is that so? Yeah, stocks are on a rip. How's the NASDAQ doing? Woof! What a move. All-time highs incoming for the NASDAQ. Stock market, S&P. What if we just rip to all-time highs? Will that provide Bitcoin the relief that everyone is hoping for? I still think that structurally Bitcoin is way weaker than the stock market. Way weaker. Do, 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 do. We're ripping through. We're grabbing those shorts. There is now officially more longs on the 1 month time frame than shorts. People are jumping into longs quickly. And I will remind you again that we are still in a structural bear market. Ganesh, I completely agree with you. Ganesh says, man, this week will be interesting with so many bottom is in callers, full of entertaining week ahead of us. Absolutely, it will be an entertaining week. Legends, remember, if you're just watching the live stream now, I will go live to, Wednesday for FOMC. It will be a great live stream. Hopefully we'll have some more live trades. We took this trade before I jumped on the stream today, up just over 25K. If you want to see how I've been operating in this market for free, remember you have the first link in the description down below. I think FOMC is going to be a crazy one. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group. You just click this link and you're good to go. So right now, I just want to see Bitcoin pop a little bit into this range. I'm not particularly stressed, to be honest. I'm comfy in my positions as always. Any chance of cutting rates? Very, very low probability. In fact, all the way until the end of the year, the odds of rate hikes are much higher than the odds of rate cuts. Phantom JJR says he's comfy in his shorts. As am I, my friends. As am I. Do I take my $9 on my SpaceX long and just... No, I'll keep it. I'll keep it for a little bit. Let's see. Ganesh, this is what I'm saying. People asking about rate cuts when the stock market is at an all-time high. Like, it doesn't make sense, and inflation is still relatively high. JPH says he's up 60K on shorts. Absolutely awesome, guys. Awesome. Salvador Perez, I understand that you're more bullish than most. I get it. I get it. However, could you please provide some actual, factual logic behind why you think they're going to cut rates? The markets are pricing in rate hikes in December. Why do you think that they're going to cut rates? Please explain yourself. Is it just because we have a new Fed chair? If that's the case, then he's not doing his job. I'd love to know why you think that. Please let me know. Salvador Perez says that's not factual and that's not logical. Please explain. He's saying the Fed only has one option to cut rates. Why? Why is that the one option? You guys want to look at the liquidity? Someone requested liquidity map. So you can clearly see that a lot of people have jumped into longs, right? A lot of people have jumped into longs. And while it's not perfect, it is most certainly helpful. Look. Someone says we're going to hit $80,000 by Thursday. I don't know if that's the case, but maybe. Not my base case, that's for sure. We're up $200 on SpaceX. Yeah, volume is decreasing. Legends, SpaceX, Bitcoin, precious metals, oil, whatever you want to trade is available on Bluffin. It's also available on Weeks. You have all the links in the description down below. In fact, if you sign up with Bluffin, you can get a 25% fee reduction and you get a $500 bonus exclusively on the platform. It's where I trade mostly. I also trade on Weeks. Let's go SpaceX. I'm interested in this now. We'll have the Bitcoin chart here and the SpaceX price action. The summer chop thesis. What would you say is the best way to transfer funds from one exchange, BitUnix, to Bluffin to sign up with your code? So first and foremost, Ash Hunt, what you want to do is you might as well get your Bluffin account ready. So click this link, which is the second one in the description down below. You click it, you sign up, and then you're going to click deposit on Bluffin. So you'll be able to deposit your funds onto Bluffin, and then you just make sure you're sending the same funds from one exchange to the other. If you've ever moved funds around, you'll know exactly what I mean. Same network, same everything. If it's USDT, depending on what you're sending over. That's just how you do it. And you can use Weeks as well if you want, but as I said, Bluffin is my go-to, guys. Did Matt open a short? I did not add to my short yet. I want to see us grab this. So if we pump a few $100s, I would look to likely add a little bit to my existing short. Where do you trade stocks? On Bluffin as well, guys. Look, they have a TradFi section, SpaceX, They got tons of stocks here. Oracle. Natural gas as well. Copper. QQQQQ. MicroStrategy. Amazon. Circle. Whatever you want. Currently getting surgery while watching your stream. I hope you have a very good surgery. Hopefully my stream is entertaining you. XRP popping above its range. I am gonna short the shit out of XRP at some point. 30 minutes and still no goal for Spain. Hey Matt, I know I asked this before, but do you think ETH has lost the script? I think that ETH will make a comeback. I do. And maybe that's just the OG crypto trader in me that hopes for something that may never happen. But I'm definitely, like, if Ethereum drops into the low $1,000, even below $1,000, I will probably throw a good amount of capital at it because it will be due for some kind of relief in the next bull market. But I don't know how well it will perform long term, to be honest. So my answer is, I think it can still do okay. There's so many people interested in shorting ETH as well. Let's see. Like it's just a hated asset. And as a contrarian trader, I have to pay attention to these hated assets. We're up $400 on SpaceX. Why do I think XRP is a shitcoin? Because it's very, very centralized. I think that the founders are shady as hell. And I'm honestly baffled at how they've managed to convince particularly Americans, a bunch of Americans, that somehow XRP is going to go to $20,000. If you search up like XRP Army online, you'll notice that there's a bunch of people from the States in particular that are very, very bullish on XRP. And I just don't understand why. I know people say, oh, it's the banker coin, it's going to perform well. Look, it's been underperforming for I was looking for the right word, but it's been underperforming forever is the word I was looking for. Look at this. If you compare it to Bitcoin, and that's my main thing, maybe I shouldn't be so harsh. I need to grab more historical data. This is not doing it justice. What would have the most historical data on XRP? Like just crypto? What would have the most bits? I don't know, guys. What has the most historical data? Bitstamp. No, that's 2022. Because this makes it seem like it's performing well, which it's really not. Binance, maybe? Why does it not show? I need further price action, man. Like historical price action. What is the best? No. Get off the perps, maybe. Coinbase. No. There you go. Is this? So on the 1 month, it's been doing decent, but it hasn't had a sustained all-time high for a while. And my main thing with these coins is you need to measure it against Bitcoin. So in the same time period, how does it measure against the king of the crypto markets? Because the logic here is, if you can't outperform, no, I gotta measure it against Bitcoin. My apologies. If you can't outperform Bitcoin, you're taking on more risk for less return. And I think that this will likely continue to bleed against Bitcoin. So what this means is, for every dollar that you could have put into XRP at the cycle lows or over the course of many years, you would have made more holding Bitcoin and taken on less risk. And it's the same thing. It's not just shitting on XRP. It's the same thing for most crypto assets. Measure your crypto assets against Bitcoin. What is it doing over the long term? Now, are there periods where you can look to trade this and say, okay, it looks like we could be bottoming out against Bitcoin, and then you have a spike and you take advantage of this move? Yes, of course. But over the long term, I don't think that this thing will outperform Bitcoin. Longest live stream today? I think we might save that for Wednesday. What are we looking at? We're looking at 6 hours. I've been yapping for 6 hours. Unbelievable. I came back here 3 times. Awesome, guys. Zane, my man. Thank you for your answer. No worries. And guys, I know I joke around, but in general, most altcoins struggle against Bitcoin. They just do. FOMC, we're gonna do a record live stream on Thursday, because Thursday, ladies and gentlemen, we have FOMC at 10 p.m. Dubai time. I will start my live stream right before the US market opens, maybe around 3:30 p.m. my time, 4:30 p.m., which is about an hour or two before the stock market opens. And we will go into FOMC, into the Fed press conference. So if you want to stay tuned for that and potentially see some live trades, which today we did enter a trade before the live stream. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, turn on the post notification bell, and that is that. Legends, the trade that I took today, and this is why trading is so great, was a Tau position, and I'm up around $24,000. It's just chopping around as Bitcoin is getting this move to the upside, but this was shared within my community. So if you DM me on Telegram, click this link, and DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to be able to join my private group. So I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. If that interests you, you know where to find me. It's a free group. You trade with your own money. And I think we're going to wrap it up there. I think we will wrap it up there simply because Bitcoin is just chopping around. If we do enter this zone, I may look to add to my existing Bitcoin short, but of course I won't be live, but that'll be shared within my community. Remember, that's the first link in the description down below. If you enjoyed the content, you know what to do. Smash that like button. Tomorrow will be a video update. Wednesday will be a long live stream. Ideally, we go for a record. I hope you enjoyed the live stream. I hope everyone has a lovely evening. I will be watching the Spain game tonight. And I will see you in the next video.